Morning everyone and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's day 2 of week 5 here in Series 3 and what a delight we have in front of us. 6 players from 5 nations go toe-to-toe to see who is going to grab the first spot into Saturday night's final. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is with me up here on the balcony to look ahead to all the action we have in front of us. But before we do that, let's have a look at the highlights from day 1. For Jack Wareing, our ADC qualifier, there was no victories on his debut day. He'll be looking to get his first victory on day 2. As for Sebastian Bialecki, he put in some really good performances, but it was just 2 wins from his opening day. As for John Michael from Greece, very solid debut for himself there. 6 points, something to build upon. As for Bialecki, as I say, 2 wins from his opening day. He'll be looking to get some more points on the board on day 2. As for Conor Heneghan, he's picked up 3 wins from his 5 matches, including a crucial victory against Mike Warburton in the last game of yesterday's session. Matt Dennant, the scholar, lost his first 2, but then went on to win his final 3 matches and put himself right in contention at the top of the group. But it was Mike Warburton who was a cut above the rest. 8 points, 4 wins from his first 5 matches. He is the man in command of Group A. As I say, Mike Warburton is the man to be at the top of Group A. And 4 wins from 5, but it almost feels disappointing he didn't win all 5 yesterday.
Yeah, he will be, because he didn't play very well in his last match. It just felt as if maybe he just hit the wall a little bit after that 4th game. But let's face it, 8 points after your first day is a very, very good tally. Just needs to keep that going now, because his position in the table is by no means secure. I think if the first couple of rounds today just turn things around for the other folks, then we could have a bit of a melee on our hands.
Let's have a look then at that Group A table in full following the first day's play. Mike Warburton is the man up top. He finds himself on 8 points. And then you've got that chasing pack of 3 players in Dennant, Heneghan and Michael, who will all be looking to make that day 2 push.
If you look at the statistics from yesterday, there are likelihoods there. Bialecki in 5th position had the highest running average yesterday, and he was in 5th spot. So if he continues to average 93 today, you would fancy he's going to get more than 4 points. As far as Conor Heneghan's concerned, he was a bit up and down, and I think nothing more than the last game where he did beat Warburton. He didn't hit a great deal to get himself a lead in that last match, but found 344 points in 6 starts to finish the day. So maybe consistency needs to be found by some of these players, but ultimately key moments have got to be won if you want to be at the top of the table after Tuesday.
Are we looking at a scenario where if you want to be in that race on the last day, the minimum is 3 from 5, but probably 4 from 5 is what's going to give you that head start?
It doesn't really matter who's leading at the end of today. I don't want to stress that too much, but you must be, in my opinion, within 4 points. And maybe the fixtures have got to be kind to you at the start of Wednesday. You've got to be taking out someone who's either on the same points as you or maybe above you. But failing all else, be the person at the top. And then if you know that you've got 5 games on Wednesday, which you'll have, win all 5 and you'll be safe. Easy for us to say, but the complexities of Group A have been seen over the years. This is really, really tough to do.
This really is tough to do, and it really is a tough group to pick apart. Well, we'll have a look at day 1 by the numbers, and we'll tell you why it's hard to pick apart, because in most metrics, it's kind of been split between the players. As you say, Sebastian Bialecki's 5th place, had the quickest leg today, the highest average of yesterday's session, but the highest checkout was the one to finish from Conor Heneghan.
Yeah, that was off the back of a 180 as well, where, you know, both players were really struggling. But the fact that Bialecki put so much good stuff in there, and it seemed as if most people were playing their best game against him, I think that's the ultimate compliment to Sebastian. I think he's a fabulous player, but he was a little bit unfortunate. But if he maintains his level, I do see him getting more than 4 points.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookmakers think then following the first day's action here in Group A. Now, they've put Conor Heneghan as a 2-to-1 favourite. That hasn't changed overnight. But does the 5-to-2 on Mike Warburton now just look that little bit more appealing?
Maybe it does, but I'll look a little bit further down. I love Bialecki at 6-to-1. I think he will play well today. And as far as Conor Heneghan is concerned, being the favourite, I'm not sure. I think today will prove that a little bit more, but maybe the bookies know something we don't.
Well, let's see what primetime Matthew Egger, your fellow commentator down in the booth, thinks of today's action. These are prime-timed picks for day 2 here at the Super Series. Now, he has a 5-to-1 treble available for you today. Remember, if you are having a flutter on the Super Series, it is 18+. BeGambleAware.org. As I say, a 5-to-1 treble accumulate, which will get him to sort out down in commentary because we need to get the action on. Mike Warburton, Conor Heneghan first up. This could be a cracker.
I think it'll be better than yesterday statistically, but if it's got the same sort of drama towards the end, it should be a cracking match. Looking forward to it.
Let's get it on. 15 fantastic matches. Tuesday is moving day here at the MODUS Super Series. Game 1 is up and running, ready to get underway. Paul Nicholson's going to make his way down to the commentary box to join Matthew Egger. Morning, Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Game number 1 of Tuesday, but game number 16 of Group A. Mike Warburton, the second favourite to win this group, taking on Conor Heneghan, who is the favourite to win this group. So quite a big game in relation to the odds compilers in where they think the direction of Group A is going. But this one didn't really light up yesterday when the two met, despite the fact that they are the two big hitters according to the sportsbook. And as Paul Nicholson alluded to, that 344 conversion by Conor Heneghan at the end. It was a game that was played in very good spirits. There was a lot of handshakes and camaraderie between the two players, and we sort of
first leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Previous between the two, and there's an awful lot of respect up there between the two players. It seems today, though, on the early exchanges, that it's a lot more focused,
140.
a lot more determined. And when you go into day 2, which we do say is moving day, you do need a bit of that steely aggression.
55.
Yeah, very fair to say, Matt. I think towards the end of yesterday, both players were a little bit gassed. But now that we are into moving day,
140.
you must be within striking distance. And I know I say that a lot when it comes to Tuesdays. But if you're 6 points behind the top dog,
84.
you're really going to struggle.
Well, if you're any more really than 2, you need in favour some other people. It's not something that's in your control.
85.
You need somebody to beat the guy who's top as well as yourself.
As long as things are in your control, like you say, if you've got a fixture on Wednesday morning,
99.
let's say you're playing Mike Warburton
136.
first thing on Wednesday morning and you're 2 points behind. That's ideal. What is ideal when it comes to
96.
Tuesday morning, though, is to leave a double after 12 when your opponent is not even at halfway point.
Yeah, I was up on the balcony yesterday when Mike Warburton walked off the stage, and he walked off it a very unhappy
Mike
man.
required 40.
He might be a very happy man in the very first leg since walking back on. Tops for the opening leg of the day.
Game shot on the first
He finds
leg.
it with
Mike
the third start
Warburton.
in hand. The 180 from Conor Heneghan might have just pushed the urgency button
Second
a
leg,
little
it's
bit
Conor
there
to throw
on
first.
Mike
Game on.
Warburton, but it didn't change the outcome.
I do like that urgency button. I feel like that's a button we need to get
140.
for the players. Press the urgency button. When it came to yesterday, Warburton averaged 88.5. But when you consider his entire
140.
career here at the MODUS Super Series, that's pretty much where he's been. Heneghan, 85.02 for his daily average.
140.
Maybe a little bit down on what we would expect from him.
That really came in the back end of the day, didn't it? Game 4 and
100.
Game 5, a 79 and a 77 average for Conor Heneghan, which you could just look at and say maybe, despite his experience, he just got something a little bit wrong. Maybe
140.
he didn't have his lunch or keep himself hydrated throughout the day, because a lot of the players, I know I've shared these practice rooms before, they come in here after having a big breakfast and that's going to be enough until they leave.
81.
This is a great second leg. But that's not a great dart, and Conor knows it.
41. Mike, you require 121.
This is one of those really good stealing opportunities. A lot of the time you find yourself on this number to steal, but that's not ideal.
41.
Like a
Connor, you
copy
require
of the
40.
Heneghan throw, isn't it? The second dart being wayward. This could be a
Game
copy
shot
of
on
the
the
first
second
leg
leg.
when
Conor
Mike
Heneghan.
Warburton took out tops. Conor Heneghan takes tops on the second leg. All things level.
Top
Third leg,
average
it's
yesterday
Mike to
came
throw
from
first.
Sebastian
Game
Bialecki,
on.
100.2. But at times, we saw people well in excess of that.
60.
The likes of Bialecki, who in the first couple of legs of that performance was way up towards the 125 mark. Maybe even a little bit better than that.
Well, he won the first two legs in
85.
23 darts, didn't he? He went out in 10 darts, then 13.
One thing about Warburton, when we played in Southampton at the previous
140.
studio, is that he did show us that really high level. They actually have something in common, these two. When Heneghan hit his 9-darter in this building, that's still the only one, he had two performances back-to-back. One was 115, the other one was well in excess of 105.
55.
In Southampton, Warburton had 115.62 as well, and in his next match, he averaged over 105. So they have very similar capabilities, these two.
Yeah, there's not really much you can split them apart with. The bookies couldn't do it in terms of the group. They put them
100.
first and second
Connor, you
favourite to win
require
this one.
155.
In terms of the match odds, 5 to 6 apiece. That is literally
59.
take your pick.
Mike, you require
I
146.
completely concur with that, actually. I would not be able to split these two. It was always going to be a coin flip match. Even though Warburton now has a shot at double 16.
114. Connor, you require 96.
I did a few of those up yesterday, did Mike Warburton. That is a loose start from Connor. He can't recover the situation.
40.
So Mike Warburton gets a second
32.
opportunity at the double 16 to hold his throw.
Game
Did
shot
just
on the
miss out
third
on the
leg.
146
Warburton.
on the last exchange. Took out a 136 and a 161 yesterday.
Fourth
He'll be
leg, it's
happy
Connor to
enough
throw
just with
first.
the leg.
Game on.
He's got a really steely look in his face today, hasn't he, Warby? I just want to address something as well.
82.
You and I know a fair bit about pro player equipment. I don't ever remember Gary Anderson using these darts that Hino's got. They are apparently a 21-gram Gary
60.
Anderson dart. Has he had them tailored? Or are these just a dart that I've never seen released?
45.
Do they strike you as a Gary Anderson dart?
I seem to think that they would have had blue rings in them at some point.
100.
No. I don't recall that. I mean, we're probably completely wrong, and he's probably played with them for half of his life. I'm sure someone will
59.
let us know over on social media at MSS Darts. You'll see there in the bottom right of your screen.
What you've got with the equipment of Mike Warburton here is
100.
an intricate grip. It's not aggressive. It's very fine. Whereas you can see the grooves on this dart very much apparent.
47.
A uniform style top to bottom grip.
Oh, if you like your darts, make sure you stay tuned for the next game. Sebastian Bialecki, John Michael. If you want to see a fancy dart, you wait till you see the equipment of John Michael in your next match.
It's quite a quiet practice room, actually, when I came through it just now.
98.
Everybody wants to get off to a really
Mike require
tidy start, don't they?
101.
Not a great deal of banter between the guys early on. Warburton's going for treble 19 to get a 3-1 lead.
89.
And this is double 12.
Connor, you require 170.
And this is to improve on the best finish we've had all week, which was from Hino.
50. Mike, you require 12.
Double 6. He's not moving because it's a good guide.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
But he is making a move in the leg count. Warburton, who sits on 8 points in the table with one more leg, could stretch his lead to 4 points. Bad news for everybody else.
So I have been informed about these darts of Conor Heneghan. They are actually Gary Anderson darts. He's used them a few times. Used them in Dubai
100.
When he had a pretty tidy performance against Michael.
Ah, the old 110 average darts.
They're the ones. They might not be the exact
60.
ones. There might be a replica version, but they are that is the style.
That's one thing that we haven't really tried here at the MODUS Super Series yet. A bit of outdoor action. Maybe we can get a retractable roof for the summer. But then again, if you got it by the coast, I think the breeze might have something to say about it.
100.
It's actually quite a long barrel as well, that. It doesn't strike me as the same sort of length as the barrel
136.
Warburton actually has.
$86. Mike, you require 170.
This is for the match. And he's got at least 6 darts for it.
60.
To get one over on the person who beat him yesterday, the only person to beat him yesterday in what was, admittedly, Matt, it wasn't a great game, but it had a really good climax.
You always got to try and remember the ending, haven't you, of the
81.
The matches, and
Mike, you
that one's
require
an easy one to
110.
remember. The 180, the big 164. He's got 6 darts again. He's double 16. He loves it down this area of the board.
78.
There's 3 opportunities out here for another tick in that ton plus checkout box. But when he's missed that, he normally comes back and mops it up.
55. Mike, you require 32.
One job on his mind. Finish the job.
Game, shot,
Job finished.
and the match.
A really
Mike
good
Warburton.
performance there from Warburton. That's the kind of stuff that he was doing a little bit earlier in the campaign on Monday. Hino with an 87 average. He only got 1 shot at a double in the end. He did hit it for a 13-darter early in the match, but Warburton just too strong, outscoring his opponent pretty much all the way through, as you can see. 36% of the doubles ultimately was around about where we were yesterday for everybody. So very much an average, a good average performance in that regard. But 2 more points for him takes him to 10 in the table. When we come back, it will be Poland's Sebastian Bialecki up against Greece's John Michael.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Mike Warburton has got his campaign for the day off to the perfect start, a 94.5 average in a 4-1 victory against Conor Heneghan. Before we get into Game 2, which sees Sebastian Bialecki take on John Michael, let's have a look at Prime Time's picks for Day 2 here at the Super Series. As you can see there, it is a 5-1 treble that Matthew Edgar has picked and selected for today's action. Reminder, if you are having a flutter on the darts today, remember it is 18+ and it is begambleaware.org. Well, Bialecki and Michael is our second game of the day, and it is going to be described by Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks again, Henry. John Michael yesterday, pretty good at times. And I suppose he would have to admit that 6 points for his efforts on Monday was not bad at all. But Sebastian Bialecki yesterday averaging 93.24 for the day. Almost 3 points better than any other player. And he wound up in 5th position in the table. Somewhat perplexing. Hence why at the top of the show with Henry, Matt, I mentioned if he plays at that level again today, I don't think he's going to be 5th anymore.
Things have to give, don't they? When we're looking at the stats and we're looking at the averages, they are a guide.
First leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
But they often guide us in the right direction eventually. Look at Chris Dobie, Andrew Gilding, recent examples of players that was performing above their rankings, and then they got their reward. We look at other players who are going the same sort of way. Dirk van Dijven,
100.
Ryan Searle. Players that are sort of moving towards that sort of next level, because that's where the performance is suggesting it. Sebastian Bialecki
59.
ticks the box here for following that exact same trend. Someone who is playing a level above what the results suggest they are. He
100.
Significantly higher than anybody yesterday. And if there had to be a bit of a flaw, it was probably in the setup
57.
Because the double-in percentage is okay. We're better than that 1 in 3. The average is up there. It was the
60.
little bit going from a sort of a low ton combination down to a 2-darter was sometimes leaving him like a 74, which would be 3 darts to go out if he doesn't get the treble with the first.
100.
It's one thing we don't measure a great deal. We talk about first 9 average, overall average. And
81.
what tends to get
Sebastian,
lost
you require 151.
is the 4th visit. Maybe that's what let him down yesterday. Like you said, Matt. Sebastian has the darts today against John Michael.
59.
That's
John,
for
you
yesterday's
require
fixture.
160.
It was John who won it by 4 legs to 3.
See that there,
30.
case in
Sebastian, you
example, from the
require
151, he's
92.
left himself 92, where he needs a treble with the first dart. He decides to use the bull on this occasion. He could have used the bull at the end of the last
76.
shot.
John, you require
which would have
130.
guaranteed him a dart at the double.
But now he will get a shot.
58. Sebastian, you require 16.
It's a fairly rapid match.
Game shot on the first
And a good
leg.
result so far for
Sebastian
Sebastian.
Bialecki.
Nicknamed Bolt, as you can see. And I'm reliably informed after yesterday's questions
Second leg, it's John
about
to
that
throw
nickname,
first.
that he
Game
is
on.
called that because it's his favourite movie. If you're not aware, Bolt is an animated adventure
60.
movie about a canine star of a fictional sci-fi action show that believes his powers are real, and he embarks on a cross-country trek to save his co-star from a threat.
140.
So there you go.
So by that method, your nickname
100.
would be the Labyrinth.
If we were talking about darts nicknames being named after your favourite movie, my nickname would be The Shawshank Redemption.
46.
Doesn't quite have the same ring to it. What would yours be?
121.
If you can say.
I'd probably go with Rocky, but it's already been taken twice. So I'll go for
45.
the In-Betweeners movie would be my nickname at the minute, I think.
Definitely hasn't got the right ring to it. But I like that. It's quite a sweet story.
140.
We've got to remember that Sebastian's only 19. I'm sure he likes a lot of more recent stuff than possibly we do. Well, that's a great dart. Look at that one.
85. John, you require 80.
That's one of the best darts I've seen this week. Really?
Game shot on the second leg. John
That's
Michael.
a little bit of flair from the Deadly Rose. We do like to see a bit of that. And maybe he's just drawn a line in the sand this morning and said,
Game on.
"No, I'm going to go and have some fun with this." They do have a bit of a gap between themselves and the top spot now.
140.
And in the early portion of today, they've just got to make sure that that gap is not elongated or maintained by Mike Warburton. It's currently 4 points over Dennant, Heneghan, John Michael, and 6 points over Bialecki.
180.
But that lead can soon get eaten up in these groups, because let's say John Michael was to win this, his next game is actually
45.
Mike Warburton. If he wins this, then beats Mike Warburton, there is no gap. It goes that quickly. And I expect to see that quite a lot with this group. Quite a lot of flip-flopping and movement of positions.
95.
Is there more pressure on the chasing pack right now, or pressure on the person holding the lead?
41. Sebastian, you require 86.
Oh, you definitely don't. The person at the top's the one under the pressure. I think the rest of them are just going to be playing their fixtures and chasing them out.
54.
Said yesterday, didn't I, that Sebastian may indeed wear a shirt that's a bit brighter
43.
today.
Sebastian, you
He didn't let
require
me down.
32.
Gonna have to go high on this one.
Game
that's a
shot
lovely
on the
dart from
third
Sebastian,
leg.
that one.
Sebastian Bialecki.
What do you think his ambition should be for maybe the next 6 years?
Fourth leg, it's
Up
John
to
to
the
throw
age
first.
of 25,
Game on.
because at the age of 19, he does have plenty of time to maybe get a World Youth Championship in there, or
45.
maybe plenty of development tour titles within the PDC system. His immediate ambition this week, of course, is to make Champions Week by winning week 5. But
100.
when you have darts as much as he does, this is a great time to be playing, isn't it?
It is, but I think the answer to
100.
your question there is, I think the next 6 years, I think that's 2 assessment periods. I don't think it's something we look at now and go for a 5-year plan, because he'll go over that boundary of 23-year-old in that 6-year period. Now, the reason I mention that is because that's the age of the development tour. And when he goes past that age, I think that's a reassessment
135.
period. I think his assessment period now should be for the next 4 years, and then that's when we need to reevaluate what the plan would be for him. But if
51.
I was him, with the ability he's got, I'd be disappointed not to win one of those Youth World Championships.
137.
I think he might win it within the next 3 years. But he may have to go through a certain Josh Rock to get it.
100. John, you
The thing I
require
like most
84.
about him is that he's got a great temperament and a great technique, and that is a great basis for success. 11,
62.
missed by John Michael, but he will return. This game could well be going 7 legs once again.
79. John, you require 22.
Well, that one's not a good dart. And this one's tricky.
Game
That's a
shot on the
lovely
fourth
shot, though.
leg. John Michael.
Whether that was the portion of the bet he was going for or not, it really doesn't matter. That was a lovely assist from Dart 2. And we
Fifth
have a
leg,
very
it's
tight
Sebastian to
game
throw
once again,
first.
just like
Game
yesterday.
on.
When you mention about Sebastian Bialecki and the plan for him, he's certainly got plenty of opportunity.
58.
He's got obviously the development tour, the challenge tour. He did win a gold event last year on the WDF. I think it was Denmark, which means he will get his place at
95.
Lakeside later on this year. We'll expect to see him in the World Cup. Plenty of opportunities. European tour possibilities.
58.
It's actually a good thing you've brought up. I haven't checked
140.
who would be in the World Cup team because his UK Open money would have been scrubbed from 2022. So if he doesn't get any
100.
alternate spots on the PDC Tour, he may not play in the World Cup this year and might go to Radek Zagansky or Krzysztof Kachuk. So
60.
maybe his ambition over the next few months is to make the most of European Tour appearances because he has got one coming up.
100.
He can make the most of it. He could get himself back in the shirt with Krzysztof Ratajski.
82.
One thing I will say is that I'm very, very envious of all of the opportunity that he has at the age of 19. I was only just making my county debut at the age of 19.
135. John, you require 124.
Great first start. It's not double 11 this time.
99.
He's very close to pressing
Sebastian,
the red
you
button.
require 50.
2 darts to save
Game
his
shot
throw.
on the 5th leg.
He only needs
Sebastian
the one.
Bialecki.
He was asked the questions. He had the answers.
6th leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
John Michael a dart at the ball for the 1-2-4 for the breaker throw. That would have moved him to be strong favourite for this one. We do have a strong favourite coming up in
55.
our next, Matt Dennant, who ended the day very strongly yesterday.
We don't need to be a genius to figure out what Matt wants to change about Tuesday. He'd like to get a better start by
93.
hitting some doubles early. I think Matt would definitely admit that his doubles were not up to scratch in his first couple of games.
62.
The ability for him to respond by winning his final 3 games just goes to show what he's made of. If Bialecki can get one more leg from the last 2,
96.
we will have 4 players on 6 points. Before
58.
Dennant plays Wareing in match 3. And I suppose you'd have to say that if players like Matt Dennant in the practice room, if they're wishing
45.
for a result to go their way, the better one for him is probably to keep the Deadly Rose at 6 points, isn't it?
140.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, the players especially just need to keep their eye off the league table. Now, they do have a screen in the practice room, and the league table pops up just as you see it at home.
83.
And every time I've seen that table pop up, they swarm around the table and they have a look at what's going on, and they're trying to work it out and work out the fixtures. And
126.
I think you've just got to set yourself a limit. How many games am I allowed to lose before then I need to look at the table? And I think realistically, could be saying
44.
4, maybe 5
John, you
for this
require
group.
60.
Let's see if we're going the distance again with these 2.
50.
Not yet.
Sebastian, you require 140.
Difficult ask. But hold the phone. It's double 10 for the match. Oh,
No
he's bust
score.
it. He probably thought as soon as he
John,
was
you
figuring out
require
the line
10.
of that dart, I've got this. But he doesn't have it.
And that just gives John Michael the cushion. Because
8.
despite
Sebastian, you
missing
require
that,
140.
Sebastian Bialecki now has to go back to 140 rather than coming up at a single dart for the double. But John Michael will return
55.
for double 1.
John, you
Mad
require
house for a
2.
mad ending to the leg.
Game shot on
Mad
the 6th
indeed.
leg. John Michael.
I just wonder what kind of effect that may have on Sebastian in this last leg decider. He's already lost
7th
4-3 to
final
John
leg.
in
It's
the last
Sebastian to
24
throw
hours.
first. Game on.
He will remember that because it's fresh in his memory. But will that double 15 infect leg 7?
59.
Are you a fan of the sorry I won a leg of darts?
No, hate it. Always have. Always will.
57.
Never apologised in my life. At darts, anyway. Apologised plenty of other times. We've played each other, Matt. I'm played you on the floor and on the stage.
38.
Did I apologise to you?
No, I think you enjoyed 99.9% of all those matches, to be fair.
Well, there was one I didn't
100.
enjoy. Give me a right good kicking in the last 16 of a UK Open qualifier, but you didn't apologise to me that day. That's what it's supposed to be like on the hockey. It's gladiatorial.
100.
I think if I remember right, I turned round and I said something along the lines of, finally, you can never say you've beaten me every time now, or something
Yeah,
along those
I
sort of
remember
lines.
25.
I totally gave you that one. I didn't give you the game, but that comment, I think sometimes when you have a really good record against somebody, you expect them to just get you at some
58.
point. And hold my hands up right here. I remember that game vividly. You played better than I did. You played really well.
24.
It's just getting a little bit edgy here. Those players throwing 12 darts.
97.
Got to a finish after 15.
You think Sebastian's a little bit fortunate to have this lead after 15 darts here?
Oh, absolutely.
85. Sebastian, you
John
require
Michael
149.
Sending off all the distress flares of someone who is feeling the pressure right now. Sebastian is going to have plenty of time.
133.
You normally say with the throw, you're looking at 15 to really control the leg. 18 if you're fortunate, but he's going to get the
55.
opportunity
Sebastian,
to
you
do 21.
require 16. Game, shots,
Well, he
and
doesn't
the
miss
match.
a double at that height
Sebastian
on the dartboard this
Bialecki.
time, and does get himself a very valuable 2 points in the table. Curiously, that's his worst average of the week so far at 79.42. His worst yesterday was 87.43. So maybe playing a little worse today will give him better results. Darts is a funny old game sometime. But 50%, 57% on the doubles there. That was really, really good from Sebastian. And he does join the party on 6 points. Trying to break out of the party on 6 points is Matthew Dennant. He will now take on Jack Wareing, who is still looking for his first win after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Sebastian Bialecki has got his campaign for the day off to the perfect start, getting the better of John Michael 4-3 in a last leg decider. Both players just warming up into their days, but it was Bialecki who got the points. Next up for us is Game 3. It's the final match of the first round of fixtures for the day, and it sees Jack Wareing in action. He's our ADC qualifier this week. Didn't get a win on his first day, but he's looking to improve on day 2 here at the Super Series. And talking about improvement, that was exactly what Matt Dennant did on day 1. He lost his first couple of matches and then won his last 3 to put himself into a really promising position in terms of this Group A table. To watch this one for us, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, you're right about Matthew Dennant, because yesterday it was all about game 1. He scored well enough, but missed so many doubles. He did improve in game 2, but still lost it. But then after that, he seemed to figure it out. And if he does exactly what he did against Jack Wareing yesterday, I sense another big victory may be on the cards. Biggest average of the day for him yesterday against Jack, 96.97, and the doubles were good at 50%. Jack will have to find a new level today. Is that right, Matt?
Oh, absolutely. When we look at the averages of yesterday, I think you picked up on it earlier on, that
First
his running
leg, it's Jack
average
to throw first. Game on.
for the entire day was still lower than anybody else's lowest average in an individual match. So he's got quite a bit to find. He found a leg yesterday, but
13.
he only had 9 darts at the double. Now, when we look at the amount of darts that other players have had at a double, John Michael 39, Conor Heneghan 38, Bialecki
100.
43, Dennant 48, and Mike Warburton 60. When he's only had 9 darts at the double, that just shows that he was severely outscored yesterday.
36.
I just want to bring something up as well. Obviously, a lot of the players
96.
may not have known Jack Wareing yesterday. They'll have thought, okay, don't know who he is, could be brilliant, don't know what's going to happen. But now they have a bit more information.
58.
Is there more pressure on the established guys like Matt Dennant and Warburton and the others to get larger victories
85.
or get those large victories against Jack because of what they saw yesterday? Because they're now firmly the favourites in those matches.
Yes.
140.
This brings its own pressure. They'll all expect to beat him, and they'll all expect to beat him quite strong. But Jack Wareing, when you look through his county stats, which is the most relevant form we've got to go on, it's the highest level he's achieved, he has got an appearance in there against Yorkshire. Anyone who knows county darts will know that Yorkshire is the hotbed of county darts.
119. Matt, you require 120.
Over 90. If he can just put that together for a couple of legs here, this is the same sort of format as county darts, so we know he can do it over this like time and distance.
60. Jack,
you don't want to be the player who walks
135.
into that moment when he finds that level.
Not going to take the 135, so Dennant will come back for 20 in tops.
82.
Let's
Matt, you
find
require
out
60.
what kind of start Matt gets on the doubles today.
40. Jack, you require
I
53.
think there were 2 inches between those 2 shots at tops. So not the ideal start. Can Jack hit it?
13. Matt, you require
It was a
20.
better effort, but it wasn't there.
Yeah, massively closer. But it's not nearest to the double. It's who can hit it.
Game shot on the first
Matt
leg.
Dennant, last
Matt
start in
Dennant.
hand, and that was starting to look a bit stretched. It was looking a bit edgy, that one. But he stumbles over the line.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw
Yeah,
first.
5 darts at double in
Game on.
that first leg, Matt. And he only threw 1 good dart at the outer ring. The rest of them were quite far away.
$43.
I have done Jack a bit of a discredit there, actually, when I talk about the averages, and I said about him having that game against Yorkshire,
36.
saying that it was a good performance. He's actually had a better one very recently. In November 2022, he averaged 92.22 in his
100.
game against Cheshire. So quite recent. And also, I'm looking through his stats for this year. He's managed 6 180s. So
58.
maybe we're going to see him hit his first 180 today as well. He's certainly capable.
And we're talking about proper county sides there. Yorkshire, like you mentioned, Cheshire.
140.
The county home of the likes of Tony O'Shea, Daryl Fitton. Even Peter Wright about 20 years ago played for Cheshire. They've had
140.
some of the strongest players in county squads in history.
96.
But this is a slightly different proposition. It may be the same format as a county match, best of 7 legs. But you've got those cameras there, you've got people watching.
45. Matt, you require
You've got the pressure of
122.
multiple matches in a day. It's a very different proposition. Or is he going to go for the ball? Of course not.
90.
That would have been the most 1-2-2, the most fortunate way of going for it, getting the 12 with the opening dart, going for the 25.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? There's
44.
more than one
Matt,
way
you
to win a
require
leg.
32.
You can go 12s first if you want on 122. Good guy, that one.
Game shot on the second
And he's
leg.
tightening
Matt
things up
Dennant.
ever so slightly. 5 darts to get the first leg, 3 darts to get the second. I sense
Third leg,
in
it's
leg
Jack to
3,
throw first.
he gets to the double
Game
first
on.
again. It might even be a little less in the way of arrows for the winning leg in this one. Maybe it's the right opponent for Matt at this stage of the day,
40.
just to try and give himself that little bit of space between himself, potentially in second spot, and that chasing pack on 6.
100.
We do tend to say that if you lose all of your games on Monday, you're out of the running. And you'll have to focus on Thursday and Friday. So does that, in a way, take pressure away from
81.
Jack?
It should do, but I think Jack's one of those characters that will want to put his best foot forward at all times, rather than
54.
try and like evaluate a week and sort of part it up into little sections. And I'm just looking through the names of people he's played, and I wonder if there might be a little thing with Jack
29.
that a bit of reputation doesn't go well when he's playing against them. I'm looking at the players he's played on county stages. Keelan Kay, someone we hear quite
45.
regularly here. He beat, well, Keelan Kay beat Jack. Gary Blades, ex-tour card holder, someone we've seen here. Gary Blades beat Jack. We've got Nick Falwell,
76.
who's now a PDC tour card holder. He beat Jack. The most sizable win, though, I can see from Jack when he's playing a player
83.
with reputation comes in September of 22 when he beat John Boy Walton of Yorkshire.
Former world champion, of course, from just over 20 years ago.
91.
But those players with a reputation, he doesn't seem to have the results against. And this is a group littered with reputation and very, very good darting CVs.
Well, people have reputation
59.
just playing here. I mean, Conor Heneghan, for instance, his reputation is from here. I know he's done a few other bits elsewhere, but this is where it started for him.
48. Matt, you require
As for Dennant,
160.
we're talking about reputation in many different rooms.
42. Jack, you require 136.
Personally, I think Matt Dennant's is a growing reputation as well. I think he's going the right direction. He went the right direction yesterday, got better and better as the day went on, and I think we're going to have the same
45.
theme again
Matt, you require 118.
with this one.
He's not going to go 18s first. Because going 18s first on 118 is the wrong thing to do.
82.
And yes,
Jack,
I'm talking to you,
require
Johnny Clayton.
91.
Even when you hit it on the bullseye, it's still the wrong way to go. Jack's going for the bullseye.
66.
Just needed to be the other
Matt, you
side of the
require
barrel. to
36.
Sneak it in the 50 segment. And
Game
Dennant,
shot on the
there you
third
go.
leg.
Gets
Matt
to the double.
Dennant.
5 darts for the first leg, 3 for the next, 1 for that one. Just a little bit better. Now, it's not a great performance from either
Fourth leg,
player,
it's Matt to throw
but
first.
Matt right now has
Game
got
on.
one thing on his mind, and that's points, points, points.
Yeah, win for Matt Dennant will confirm himself in that second position
60.
after this round of fixtures. Everyone would have played 6 at the conclusion of this one, and then we'll move into lap number 7. John Michael kicking things off against Mike Warburton.
58.
We probably a lap or 2 away now from starting to think about people needing to get those victories against Mike
100.
Warburton before he starts to cut himself away. Because if he beats John Michael, he's going to cut himself 6 points adrift of John Michael, and that starts to become a bit of a gap that you
95.
start to look at players. Are they going to pull that back after 7 fixtures, 6 points behind? You're going to need a lot of favours.
96.
We have seen people really dominate Group A's in the past. The record points tally for Group A is 28. We saw 26 last week from Gary Stone. He was safe well in advance.
93.
Warburton will be hoping that that happens to him. Call me crazy, Matt, but I want this to be really tight between 3 or 4 players.
152.
Well, I'm with you on that one. I think this is going to be one of the players that's going to be there as part of that potential 3 or 4 chasing
94.
pack. Dennant lays himself a 2-darter for 2 points and a 4-0 success. Unfortunately for Jack Wareing, it looks like more of the same at the moment for him. We'll see him 4 more times
43.
today, so plenty of opportunity for him to put it right.
Double top.
Game, shot,
and the doubling
and the match.
Did get better,
Dennant.
didn't it? It's an ideal result from Matthew Dennant. He didn't average to his best, but then again, he didn't have to. So, there you see, it's 76.10, but the doubling at 36%, that's where he's going to need to be all day long. Maybe a little bit better at times, just to get the requisite amount of points that he will need to be in striking distance, or indeed at the top by the end of the day. We'll have John Michael and Mike Warburton in Game 4 after the short break, as we have a little bit more of a look towards the top of the table.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Matt Dennant has got his day off to the perfect start, getting the better of Jack Wareing by 4-0. That completes the first round of fixtures for day 2. So let's have a quick check and see how the land lies in the Group A table. Mike Warburton has made his hand at the top of the table just that bit stronger. He's on 5 out of his 6 matches. He's on to 10 points. And now it's only Matt Dennant who's a couple of points behind him now on 8 following that victory. That's 4 on the spin for the scholar, and he's teaching the rest of the field a lesson. As for Bialecki, Michael and Heneghan, they are all on 6. Jack Wareing yet to get off the mark. Well, game 4 of our day sees John Michael in action. He takes on the league leader in Mike Warburton. If he wins this one, he will stretch his lead out to 4 points on Dennant and 6 points to the rest of the field. In the commentary box, Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Welcome back. Round number 2 commencing right now. Not a great break there for John Michael. Maybe something in the region of 15 minutes between playing Sebastian Bialecki and now playing Mike Warburton at the top of the table. It's very simple. If Mike wants to re-establish that 4-point cushion at the top, he needs to beat John. But I'm sure most people in the practice room will now want John to win. Because if he does, he will join Dennant on 8 points and restrict Warburton to 5 wins from 6 so
First
far in
leg,
this
it's
group.
John to throw first. Game on.
Are we already at the point, Matt, where we are looking to the practice room, where the players are getting ready for their next match, and maybe hoping that Warburton
60.
can be pegged back?
If not now, certainly by lap 8 of fixtures, that players will be wanting him to come back into the chasing pack. Now, it's not that he's played a
140.
level of darts that has just blown away the field here and that he's playing that much better than everybody else. But what he's doing is good match play,
60.
good game play, winning all the moments, winning those important shots, holding it together at the right times, which was something we spoke about in that last game when John Michael got to that last leg.
100.
18 darts and he was nowhere near going out.
He may not be someone who looks at
100.
averages or stat sheets, but you know in a 7th leg, don't you? You know that you're not playing your best stuff. You know that you're not getting a shot for the leg or the match.
100.
Well, in a 7th leg shootout, an average doesn't mean anything. You could be averaging 120. It's all about what you do then, not what's happened before. And that is what's happening right now for John Michael, a perfectly timed 180.
I just love that the Deadly Rose got the full University Challenge zoom there. That was fantastic.
97. John,
He
you
knew the
require
answer. He pressed his buzzer and it
101.
was John Michael, University of Life. Now he's looking for 82 more, but went for the bull. Questionable.
61. Mike, you requires 64.
Yes, but I'd be just as equally as guilty in that situation, I know. He's got 8 for tops.
Game shown the first leg.
The urgency
Mike
button was
Warburton.
pressed again by John Michael. Hit the 180 to give himself an opportunity of holding his throw, but he didn't get the
Second
dart
leg,
of the
it's
double.
Mike to throw first.
Mike Warburton
Game on.
only needed the 1.
It's quite fashionable these days for dart players to have their own shirt and
100.
on their shirt to put the name of their children on it. I do believe that Mike has got the names of his kids on his left sleeve, which is
60.
very sweet, isn't it? I know that other dart players like Chris Dobie, Joe Cullen, Johnny Clayton, they've done the same. Just a bit of an homage to their family at home. And this is the thing about darts, isn't it? You do spend a lot of
60.
time away from your family, your friends. And the amount of time that I've spent chatting to said players and said staff members who have missed birthdays,
62.
marriages, loads of different things. This is what I'm talking about when it comes to sacrifice for the riches of the sport and for the glory.
I've got a
100.
friend who's starting their journey in darts, and they was doing their diary, and I says, "You're doing your diary wrong. The first thing you need to do is you do your diary with your tournaments,
140.
your events, everything goes in there first, and then you write in things like birthdays, things like that around that, where what they do is they sort of plan it first. They go, right, these are the birthdays, these are the things, and then I'll try and work around those.
140.
And it doesn't work that way. When you want this, and this is the career choice you've got, unfortunately, it works the other way, that they work around your time.
100.
I've had children's
Mike
birthdays
required
celebrated a week
101.
early or a week late just because I wasn't there for those celebrations.
No shot at double 12 for Mike, but this is a difficult ask for John.
69.
Especially
John
now
required
that Warby is sitting on
139.
double 16. This is bad news for John.
99.
And bad news for the rest of the
Mike
field.
required 32.
Seems to be doing things at a very consistently good level. Double 4.
28.
3 well-thrown shots,
John, you
but
require
none of them
40.
registering.
Well, if that was bad news that Warburton had the
Game
chance, it
shot
must
on
have
the
been great
second
news
leg.
for the
John
field that he missed
Michael.
it. And John Michael, but even more greater news, has just got his throwback.
Third leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
Missed opportunity. Can't dwell on it too much. But when you're talking about people sacrificing time,
95.
we can talk about all of the success stories of that over the last 20, 30 years. But there are people out there who have decided not to sacrifice time with their families
60.
and friends and have stayed in a local atmosphere, being local heroes, the players that you thought would be brilliant at pro level.
180.
Not everybody can do what John Michael's done, travelling from Greece all the time to all these tournaments. It's a very hectic schedule that he gives himself, but
100.
he loves the game. I think about Chris Dobie's father, Gordon. When I played pairs with him and Super League with him around
56.
18, 19 years ago, there's no question in my mind that he was a world-class player. He would have made a lot of money, but he had a great job. He was brilliant locally. And he wanted to
41.
take care of
John,
his
you
family.
require
And as a result of that,
170.
we now have Chris Dobie.
Well, that's part of it as well, isn't it? You mentioned about the sacrifice that comes
50.
from the travelling and being away, but we've not touched on the risk, because you say they're having a great job. What do you get, 28 days, 21 days holiday
Yeah.
in a job? So is that now that you've got to get a different job, or
81.
you've got to take unpaid
John, you require
holidays?
120.
It's a financial risk and a personal risk.
60.
The risk in this game is that Warburton might be losing control of it. Here's us sitting in these very comfortable commentary chairs, thinking it's going to be 2-0 to Warburton.
99.
And in a matter of
John, you require 60.
2 minutes, it could well be 2-1 down. Double top with 1 dart.
40. Mike
robbed
required
himself of a second.
120.
And sometimes that can really unsettle you as well when you miss that first one at the single 20. It becomes a bit more desperation on the 15. It feels like it's smaller.
60.
But, yeah,
John, you
he's
require
getting away with
20.
things in this one. John Michael will return for the double 10
Game shot on the
to
third
take the
leg.
lead.
John
He
Michael.
doesn't look happy about it. And that's very dart player-esque, isn't it? I'm shaking my head because I'm
Fourth leg,
winning,
it's
but
Mike
I'm
to
not
throw
playing as
first.
well as I wanted
Game
to,
on.
but I'm not happy with winning. I want to play well instead.
Right there, he was looking like a nodding dog on the dashboard. Just nodding and shaking his head.
60.
He won the leg, John. It's all good. He's averaging 87.78, which is very similar to what he did
41.
yesterday. But he's got 67% on his doubles. That's way better than yesterday.
You mentioned that he's got his own
95.
dart shop in Greece, and I'm just looking over to the table. I'm wondering if he's brought some of it with him, because he's got what looks like a couple of cases and potentially a handbag.
Yeah, you don't see many
60.
people playing darts and bringing a bag on stage. Now, when I first moved to Australia, the one big difference that I noticed about a lot of people out there was the size of the dart cases. They're almost like briefcases.
140.
Coming from a culture in the UK where the dart cases are very small. But you go around the world, especially in America, you see people with
100.
darts cases attached to their belt. There you go. Darts bag. Darts accessories these days, eh?
100.
We saw a couple of weeks ago, Kevin Dowling, the total opposite, came on with what looked like one of those tubs you get from your Chinese.
100. Might require
Chris Murphy
106.
thought he took his sandwiches on stage.
I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if Kevin did that. He's a rather frugal individual. And a very lovely man.
$41.
That 65 can just get a bit messy. How many times do we see the player slipping the
100.
bullseye on the situation
Might
and then
require
have to do 15
65.
in bits?
Go treble 11 instead, I say. Don't listen to me, Mike.
25.
But John Michael,
John, you
who
require
a little bit
100.
earlier in the day did hit 2 double tops on an 80 checkout, will go the same way here.
Game shot on the fourth
Ooh,
leg.
now that's really
John
good.
Michael.
Maybe he's found a friend in double top. And his doubles
Fifth leg, it's John
are
to throw
even
first.
better now.
Game on.
At 75%. It doesn't tell the full story.
Yesterday, he was the
59.
player who had the most ton plus finishes of anybody in this group. A 140, a 127, a 144 and a 108. We can now add 100 to that list. 5 checkouts
45.
of 100 or more. This is game 7. That's a good return there from John Michael.
Yeah, it is. You would expect to hit a
45.
few along the way. And predominantly, you would expect them to be the gettable ones between 100 and maybe 130, where you can hit a single as well as a treble and a bullseye or treble
140.
and a double. If you can sneak in a couple of those really big ones like that 164 from Heneghan yesterday, you just don't know how important hitting those
45.
shots could possibly be.
Remember, Mike Warburton is the player currently sat top of the table. So a defeat here would really shake up this
60.
group and give us the group we all expected to see at the very start.
Are Wrexham top of the table at what they're doing right now? Because aren't they in a bit of a race with Notts County?
Yeah, I think they've got a game or two in hand and a 3-point lead now. So
85.
they're pretty safe.
This will feel somewhat familiar for somebody from Wrexham to be top of the table.
60.
I wonder if Rob McElhinney and Ryan Reynolds are aware that Warby from Wrexham is playing today. They might want to throw their
97.
weight behind him here at the MODUS Super Series for the rest of the week.
I know they're a 1 point clear at the top, but with a game in hand.
100. John, you require
Our good friend Dan
170.
Dawson's a Notts County fan, so I can't say too much. Warburton is going to have to hit this 96 by the
100.
looks of it.
Mike, you require 96.
When you consider how good John Michael has been on the outer ring. Lovely dart. But can't
78.
find what he was looking for on the
John,
outer
you
ring
require
himself.
70.
He's hit 1 double from 8. But hold the phone. It's bullseye.
28.
And that one is not
Mike,
close.
you require 18.
Yeah, he's been pretty deadly on those doubles, but he didn't rose to the occasion on
Game
that
shot on the fifth
situation.
leg. My Warburton.
And Mike Warburton keeps himself in this one.
Like difference for Warby at plus 11 before this game began.
Sixth leg, it's Mike to throw first.
You know
Game
my
on.
golden rule of the Super Series, Matt. Win big, lose tight. If you are going to lose 4-3. If you're going to win by a distance. That way your leg difference will be healthy
60.
no matter what. Where does Deadly Rose rank in your
100.
scheme of nicknames? Is it a good one?
There'll probably be a way in which it suits him that we don't know about, but in terms of what we see on our
100.
screens, it doesn't really match.
$60.
I don't really know the backstory of Deadly Rose, but I'm sure someone will get in touch and let us know the way they did about Bolt for Sebastian Bialecki.
100.
A rocket scientist to know where Warby comes from. Yes, I know he's from Wrexham, but the nickname.
Stavros Flatley's Greek,
60.
isn't it? And they like dancing.
Yeah, I believe they're from that neck of the woods. I don't know if they're Cypriot or Greek. Sometimes it's really difficult to
45.
say those kind of things out loud because, you know, let's say Marcos Bagdatis, he was from Cyprus. People thought he was from Greece and he took offense to it. So we've got to be careful, Matt.
100.
So I'm not to suggest the nickname Stavros yet for
Probably
John
not.
No.
Probably not, no.
I'm just thinking he loves to dance, and he's from Greece, which was the introduction on Britain's Got Talent for Stavros Flatley.
Do you know what?
60.
Dancing and darts is a really good topic, actually, because there's some of it I detest. And that's a very strong word, but it's very, very appropriate.
139.
With his,
Like you
love it.
require 136.
Absolutely love it. I think it's really inviting for the fans that can get behind it. But some of the dancing you see, it's a bit cringe at the minute.
I wonder if he'll dance if he takes out this 42.
96.
As he will be
John,
for
you
the
require
points.
42.
He's been brilliant on tops and decides not to leave
Game,
it.
shot,
But he knows best.
and the match.
And
John
Deadly Rose
Michael.
does get a really key win for this table because he's now on 8 points. And his leg difference will swell to +3 as well. He stops Warburton from getting to 12, which means that everybody is within striking distance now, apart from Jack Wareing at the foot of the table. Two players that are in striking distance are Matthew Dennant and Conor Heneghan, and they will do battle in game number 5 after the break.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Live 6 days a week, 50 weeks of the year here at the MODUS Super Series. And you can be a part of the action on a Saturday night as well. Tickets are free and complimentary for every single week. Head over to dartshop.tv for more information on how you can be here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on the south coast of England every single Saturday night. Put the date in the diary for Champions Week. You want to be here Saturday the 6th of May, every other day up until then, also available on the website. Before the break, we saw John Michael get the better of Mike Warburton by 4 legs to do. What that's done is put the cat amongst the pigeons at the top of the Group A table. Next up for us, Matt Dennant can move in striking distance of Mike Warburton, level on points with him if he can get the better of Conor Heneghan, who can move in 2 of Warby. Interesting times indeed for the table topper, interesting times in the table. Moving day may just be beginning with Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
It is just beginning, Henry, that's for sure. But there is another scenario here as well over the next couple of games, which will conclude round number 2. If Heneghan wins this game and Bialecki beats Jack Wareing, we will have 4 players on 8 points. And Mike Warburton will maintain his spot at the top. It's up to this man to upset that apple cart. Just wonder what's going through the minds of these players coming into this challenge, because now the pressure's probably on Conor Heneghan to maintain a striking distance between himself and everybody, because he's been overtaken this morning.
First leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
I think in terms of pressure at this point, I'm not sure these two will be feeling too much of it. I think this is the point of the group, the point
100.
of the day where the excitement kicks in, when it's go time. One of the worst things is those sort of games
140.
where you're sort of just feeling it out or playing for position. We now know the positions, and this is the part where you get really deep into it. This
45.
is the part that, as a player, you should enjoy, because this is what you play for, these sort of moments, these sort of adrenaline-filled sort of
100.
matches, and this will be one of them. This is a good opportunity here to start to shape this group.
Good to know that somebody's brought up their bathrobe on
60.
stage again, like you said yesterday. That's the largest towel I've seen on a darts table for a while.
Maybe he's just got really big hands.
60.
I don't think anybody's got bigger hands than Jason Lowe, a player from the West Midlands.
45.
Like shaking hands with a player that's got a baseball glove on.
96.
Is it easy as a player playing in this format to just take one game at a time? It's the old cliche, isn't it? It's what you want to do.
43.
And you want to win every leg, every match.
105.
But there's so much temptation around you when it comes to looking at the table, looking at what
97.
you have to do, what could possibly happen to you if a result goes your way or goes against you. What kind of things can you do to make sure you stay in that nice little
80.
bubble? I'm going to ask
Matt,
your
you
answer
require
after
8.
Matt Dennant goes for double 4.
Game shot on the first leg.
You got a sense
Matt
that maybe he was
Dennant.
going to hit it. And he does start very, very well. So what do players do to maintain
Second leg,
that
it's
bubble
Matt
for
to throw
themselves?
first.
Not just in the practice room,
Game
but on the
on.
hockey.
Until the Super Series, we only ever had the Grand Slam of Darts, which was an event that had a group table. And we didn't really, and certainly as players, we don't know how to manage a
100.
table. But now, the more that this is playing, and this has been now going for a couple of years, that we now start to work out what's needed.
100.
Like, we roughly predict it's going to be 20, 22 points. And normally when we predict a point tally what you need, it's normally correct, because you can roughly work that out. Now, let's say it was
100.
going to be 22 points. That means you can lose 4 matches. So that's the first thing. And you don't need to look at the table until you've lost 4,
100.
maybe even 5 matches. Then the table's relevant. I always give the advice to everyone who goes to Q school, and I have a bit of either mentoring or coaching
100.
with people, and they say, you know, how do I manage the day? I said, well, the first thing you've got to do is not think about the points. because everyone always looks at the point. Oh, I've got a point for that win, 2 points for that.
48.
The only people who get points at Q School are losers, because the winners get tour cards. The losers get points. So until
96.
you're losing, you don't need to worry about points. You don't need to worry about what I've gained or what I've got. And it's the same with this. Until you've lost more than 4 matches, you don't need to worry about what's going on, because if you've got 22 points, you should be winning the group.
Matt, you require
So
105.
stay out of it until you've gone beyond that defeat.
Sound advice.
73.
Almost a
Connor, you
perfect visit
require
there for Matt.
113.
Connor's got to get it in on the act here. Might just do so on tops.
Game shot on the second leg.
Boy, that
Conor
was needed.
Heneghan.
Because if he misses that and Dennant goes out, you sense the scholar will be in the distance.
Third leg, it's Connor to
Very
throw
intricate
first.
dart shirt he's wearing today.
Game on.
He's worn this one before. I can't quite figure it out. I know it's just a pattern on a shirt, but I wonder what goes through the mind of someone making that shirt.
57.
I'm sure if you just ask Chris Mason, he'll probably know all about shirt designers like that.
Did you see some of his shirts at the weekend? They were works of art.
134.
It's like Picasso or Salvador Dali had decided, you know what, I'm going to make a shirt now.
95.
And again, due to the locations and everything on the shirt, we can say that this is another shirt that he planned to wear at the UK Open.
180.
So yesterday's shirt was a shirt he had prepared for the UK Open. This is a shirt he clearly had prepared for the UK Open as well.
Oh, yeah.
100.
Because you know when someone's got something laminated, they're looking to keep that for the long term. Connor didn't
100.
rely on getting a sticker. He got his shirts embroidered. That's permanence.
I reckon he's going to have a shirt prepared for the UK
96.
Open for
Matt, you
every
require
session,
87.
so he can wear a different one on every one.
I like the positive mindset. Matt doesn't like that
54.
bullseye shot.
Connor, you require 153.
This is actually harder than the 164 he took out yesterday, in my opinion.
53. Matt, you require
Not often you
33.
see somebody on 33.
$17. Connor, you
He's missing
require
more at doubles in
100.
this game than he did in the previous one. We saw this check out from John Michael in the previous match by hitting 2 double tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
2 double tops
Conor
have now been
Heneghan.
hit by Heneghan to take the lead. 1 in leg 2, 1 in leg 3. Things are changing here.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Just get the feeling
Game on.
that if Connor can get the win, it'll be a bit like having a handful of crumbs. You throw them in the air and you see the pigeons swarm on them.
180.
That's what we've got with this group.
Well,
180.
they're both on the 9 dart. We've seen this before. We've seen it converted before.
140.
That was a bad deflection. Over to you, Connor. Not this time. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he did get one in
58.
Southampton as well, didn't he? So he's the only person to have 9 darters in both studios.
Another interesting point as well, looking at Conor Heneghan today.
57.
He's had 2 finishes in this game, 100 and 113, which means he's 100% on the doubles. He was also 1 from 1 in his opening
61.
game. So
Matt,
Conor
you require
Heneghan is yet to miss a dart at a double
124.
so far today.
$92.
In order to get another shot in leg 4, he needs Matt to miss double 16 again.
41. Matt, you require 32. Game shot on
Doesn't
the
miss
fourth
double 8.
leg.
We
Matt
have another
Dennant.
tight match on our hands. Once today so far, we've gone the distance with John Michael and Sebastian Bialecki.
Fifth leg, it's Connor to throw first.
When these
Game
guys
on.
played yesterday, Dennant owned it. Averaged over 90, 50% on the doubles, 1 in 6 legs. He'd love that to happen again.
134.
You get these players, don't you, that when they start missing doubles, it becomes a bit of a habit, like with Matt Dennant at the start of yesterday.
39.
Do you get that sense as well a little bit from Conor Heneghan? Because I'm looking back through his doubles over his games yesterday, and then I'm looking at the
55.
pattern of hitting them all today. Is he one of them players that it's first start or it could be anything?
Potentially.
140.
He doesn't give a massive amount of weight when he's got the cameras looking his way. But he strikes me as the kind of player that maybe lambasts himself in private.
180.
That is the 4th maximum of this game so far.
58.
Two apiece,
Conor, you
two for
require
Conor.
132.
2 for Matt. The 1-3-2 for Conor Heneghan. I don't think he'd have gone for the bullseye, though.
60.
With that in mind, was that the right first start?
No. But he has had a lot of success on tops, and he's striking me as someone who's trying
60.
to leave that quite
Conor,
a
you
lot. So
requires 72.
expect him to use the 16s on this occasion. To keep the 100% record going.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Conor
from 4.
Heneghan.
The question remains then, does he get enough opportunities to do it?
6th
All
leg,
he
it's Matt
needs
to throw first.
is one more.
Game on.
We've said on occasion this week that averages lie. They lie again. There are the
43.
4 180s. Better average for Dennant by 5. But the lead for Heneghan.
Well, going into that opening visit,
58.
the lead on the averages was more than 5. It was 7.
58.
He's on a nice streak as Matt. 4 consecutive wins. I'll be hoping it's not coming to an end.
We could have a
39.
realistic situation here where Conor Heneghan wins this and goes to 8 points. Sebastian Bialecki comes up next against Jack Wareing, where he would
100.
move to 8 points. We could have Mike Warburton on 10, and then 4 or 5 of the other players on 8 points. That is exactly what I expected to
58.
see from this group.
And maybe the ideal opponent for us as viewers and commentators for round 3 will be Sebastian
60.
Bialecki against Mike Warburton. Oh, guess what? It is. It's almost like we knew, when in fact we didn't.
100.
Then we're going to get to a situation where we pop the league table up and say, like, after 10 rounds of fixtures, we're exactly where we started.
100.
Well, it's a bit like having a UK Open final that goes 10-10 and then it's a one-leg shootout. Oh, no, that happened, didn't it? The last 2 years.
42. Matt,
When
you
it comes to
require
the final
140.
Leg of the week. We're 3-3 in the final, like we were with Owen Bates and Leonard Gates. One-leg shootout
82.
for £2,500 extra and the place in Champions Week. That happened as well. But
30.
it's looking
Matt,
a
you
lot more
require
likely
58.
that we're going to the last leg decider in this one as opposed to the 4-2 victory for Heneghan.
18.
Not quite yet.
18 darts thrown from Conor Heneghan in this leg, and he's not left himself on a finish yet.
96. Matt,
Gets
you
himself
require
down
40.
to a finish. To have a go at it, he needs to rely on Matt Dennant missing.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
I won't say that
Matt
first one was a
Dennant.
marker. It was quite a bit of air on that shot, but he got the double in the end. It's 3-all. It's a one-leg shootout. It's
7th
Conor
and final
Heneghan
leg. It's
throwing
Conor to throw
first.
first. Game on.
Still hasn't missed a double. But it can't be ignored. He's not getting a lot of choices.
55.
Because he's had 4 shots. He's hit 4, but 4 shots at a double. When it comes to the end of match 2, that's not enough.
140.
He's looking a bit flustered to me. You say you don't like to give too much away, but that first start hasn't been going right for him. He's found it here. I think a lot of Conor Heneghan's
100.
game relies on that first start.
FDM. First Start Merchant.
100.
We don't have many abbreviations in this sport for people's proclivities, but FDM is very well known in the sport. Get your first start in the
41.
right spot. It takes the pressure off the rest of the visit, and it can make the next two a lot easier.
60.
With the 9 darts, Matt Dennant has opened up a lead of 100. That means Conor needs to get at least 2 trebles. He's got the 1.
98.
And Matt Dennant will have opportunity here to draw level with Mike Warburton, and it will be deadly level. It will be level on points, it will be level on legs.
139.
I think in that situation, I'd probably preferred the bull.
I was just going to ask you that, actually.
95.
25 would have left
Matt, you
single
require
to double
62.
combo. This way, he needs a treble, which he finds. Dennant
Game,
makes his
shot,
move
and the match.
and is now
Matt
on 10
Dennant.
points, and his unbeaten streak goes to 5. We'll see more from Matt Dennant in a couple of games' time when he takes on John Michael, who's made a bit of a move himself over round 2. But there you see Dennant, it was that average throughout the match that was better than Heneghan. He just managed to get over the line in the end because he had a lot more chances at the outer ring. 4 from 13 is enough, and he's now on 10 points at the top of the table with Mike Warburton on the same leg difference, I might add. So we're now looking at Sebastian Bialecki. He's up against Jack Wareing to close off round 2.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Matt Dennant has made it a fantastic 5 wins in a row, as he's got the better Conor Heneghan 4-3 in a last leg decided, doing so with a 15 dart leg to break the throw of Heneghan, doing so with an average of 88.77 and 4 out of 13 on the doubles. Things really are hotting up then at the top end of Group A. Sebastian Bialecki could move himself on to 8 points within 2 of the leading 2. Matt Dennant now going above Mike Warburton in the table, courtesy of that win. He takes on Jack Wareing. He's going to get himself off the board here at the Super Series. Watching this one in the commentary box, we're in the delightful company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Big favourite for this one is the 19-year-old from Poland. Softly spoken, but rather deadly on the dartboard. Up against someone 12 years his senior. Still looking for his first win here at the MODUS Super Series, the ADC qualifier. But Bolt, with his worst statistical performance this week, managed to get a win in his first game still. Averaging 79.42, but his doubles were really, really good, weren't they, Matt?
Yeah, he's been impressive, Bialecki.
First leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
I was a little bit concerned with him coming here, especially with this sort of really solid group that he's in, on the back of what happened to him at the UK Open. If you are unfamiliar with that,
100.
he raced into a 4-0 lead against Josh Richardson, then didn't win a single leg from that point. Missed plenty of darts at doubles, and ended up
55.
losing the match 6-4. That could have had a bit of a lag. He's came here and he's producing. He produces a 180 in just the second visit to the board. And that is just causing suffering here for Jack Wareing.
You fancied that Bialecki would have more
81.
180s in this match. I think he's eyeing up a big victory here.
91.
Because he's trying to keep pace in a table where we've now got 2 players on 10 points. In fact, they're in a dead heat. 10 points each.
81.
Plus
Sebastian
9 in leg
require
difference.
130.
That's Dennant and Warburton. And with Heneghan now stuck on 6 points after 7 matches in this
48.
group, it's now up to Bialecki to try and get to 8 alongside John Michael. And with Bialecki taking on Mike Warburton in round
95.
3
Sebastian
today,
require 82.
this is a very important spell for Sebastian. Just going to lay up.
50.
And there's that bit of a weakness again from Bialecki.
123. Sebastian require
Took him
32.
6 darts to convert that into a dart at the double.
2 8s.
16.
Chance
Jack
for Wareing.
requires 66.
This is the kind of thing he needs to click just to get some confidence. Take something like this. 2 big singles and a double.
Game
And takes
shot
the
on the
lead.
first leg. Jack Wareing.
Just a little bit of a reaction there as well from Jack. I think he may be at the point where he says to himself, right, let's just
Second
go
leg,
for
it's
it no
Jack
matter
to throw
what.
first. Game on.
That was a breaker throw. And he mentioned in his interview yesterday, he's a bit of a fiery player. He's had nothing yet to ignite that and to allow him to
26.
show that fire and that determination that he's got. Did mention at the start of the show yesterday that I felt CV-wise and achievement-wise, he was just a little bit underneath the rest of this
30.
group. But for what he lacked in that, he would make up for in determination.
Sebastian just trying to loosen up in the back there. It's one thing that
95.
I'm really curious about when it comes to a lot of top-line professionals and amateurs these days. Do they do enough in the warm-up game?
58.
Warming up the wrists, the shoulder joints, that kind of thing. Do you believe they do? Because I don't.
No, I think they turn up, throw the darts, and that's about it. As Jack Wareing's got his first
180.
maximum of his campaign. So he's in the lead for the first time.
43.
He's got his first maximum. He's got his first breaker throw. He's starting to do a lot of firsts. Remember what I said in the last game?
95.
Somebody is at some point going to walk into a much improved performance from Jack Wareing, and it could cost them.
100.
You
Jack
played Gary
require
Blades
105.
in our previous studio. He had a bad couple of days, and then all of a sudden against you, he hit the ground running, didn't he?
Yeah, I do remember that very fondly.
39.
I didn't mean to bring up bad memories, Matt. Just trying to paint a picture for what is possible. Got to leave the finish here.
95. Jack requires
That was
66.
a wicked deflection. And Wareing is back at 66.
48.
Is it just me, or is he getting quicker?
Without a doubt. He is throwing quicker. He's throwing with purpose now. He's got a little bit more zip in the arm. Certainly got a spring in the step.
59. Jack to require 18.
Definitely not hanging around. And he's
Game
got
shot on the
himself a
second
2-0
leg.
lead.
Jack Wareing.
Lots for Sebastian to think about over the next 10 seconds as he now tries to stay in
Third
this
leg,
match.
it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
He's quite a big favourite to win this game, was Sebastian, considering Jack had lost his first 6 matches.
99.
I think as well it was the way he's lost his last 2 matches, Jack Wareing, a 60.96 and a 66 at the end of yesterday.
57.
I think that's why we saw that sort of market move towards Bialecki beforehand. But it's not about what's happened before, it's about what happens now. And right now, he's the better player.
100.
You have to try and find something on the practice board that is working and forget about what's not.
70.
Right now, Bialecki is reminding me of that player I saw when he was 4-0 up against Josh Richardson, where he just is in no control of his game or his
45.
emotions. He's losing the lie on the 20s. Quite regular.
Technically, he looks exactly the same, but timing-wise,
80.
he seems to be drifting to his left a lot.
Well, there's another 2 there where he's lost that lie. He just sinks into that throw. He does have that tendency to kick over to the left and the flight kick to the
100.
right.
Is this the first time that Jack is genuinely believing that he's going to win a match?
96.
be.
Jack to require 157.
Got to put pressure on Sebastian's position here. So 41 leaves what Sebastian has.
61. Sebastian, you require 116.
Gets himself a third of a dart in front. But Bialecki is on double top.
96.
And gives Jack
Jack
Wareing
to
a chance
require
of
96.
3-0. He had 66 left in the previous couple of legs. That this is a little bit more difficult. And he pushes the wire for that 3-0
Sebastian, you
lead.
require 20.
That was for a double breaker throw as well. He would have been thrown for the match. But nothing about Bialecki at the moment instills confidence. Nothing about his game suggests he's going to hit, and he pulls it low.
Jack to require
Second
18.
time today he's hit double 15 going for double 10. The last time he went for that, he bust 140. And Wareing fine double 9.
No
He
score.
goes further away.
Sebastian, you require 20.
It's
Game
there.
show on the third
He's
leg.
rather fortunate
Sebastian Bialecki.
to just be 2-1 down instead of 3-0. Chance missed by Jack.
Is this the
Fourth
moment
leg, it's
now
Jack to throw first.
where
Game on.
Jack's just missed a couple of opportunities there, and he would be throwing now for the match. He would have had 4 legs to try and get over the line here. Does Bialecki
140.
recompose?
Jack has averaged much better than this week.
He
has been in the 80s.
180.
Yet to go over the 90 mark, but Sebastian has been the most consistent performer, you would say, over the last
100.
day and a half. But he is in the mid-70s for the day. He's not playing as well today as he did yesterday. That is very apparent.
59.
Good leg so far. Ton 140 equivalent. But
84.
I don't like that switch on dart 2 at all. I don't like to be too critical, but when it comes to playing in this company, you've got to count correctly.
58.
Going 19's first, oh sorry, 19's second on that visit. That was all wrong.
Yeah, you're forcing yourself to have to hit 2 trebles, really, aren't you, from that situation? And you don't want to offer too much
83.
encouragement to someone like Sebastian Bialecki, because he is looking like he's settling into the task.
96. Jack, you
Now
require
where does he go?
94.
Treble or bullseye?
$36. Sebastian, you require 108.
This would be one of those shots that changes the match.
56.
His miss at the trebles
Jack, you
has
require
widened a little
58.
bit. From, say, half a centimetre to around about 1.5 centimetres today. Double 10.
48.
He's had
Sebastian, you
so
require
many
52.
chances. He's had 11 darts at a double in this game. More than he's had the rest of the week.
Game shot on the
But that's
fourth
now a
leg.
tied match.
Sebastian Bialecki.
You mentioned earlier, Matt, that he'd had 9 darts at double all day yesterday. In this game alone,
Fifth
Jack
leg,
has
it's
had
Sebastian
11.
to throw first. Game on.
And I just feel like that might now be the chance come and gone. He had darts to go 3-0 up.
96.
He had darts to go 3-1 up. And when it's been going the way it has for Jack, it'd be so easy now for him just to slip back into that negative mindset.
27.
And Sebastian Bialecki will be like a shark.
Well, it's feasible he could have won 4-0. Sure, there are plenty of
28.
people out there who thought, based on Jack's results over the last day and a half, that 4-0 for Sebastian Bialecki could have happened. But for Jack to have had the possibility
134.
of winning this game 4-0 just goes to show how much he has improved from game 1 to game 2 today.
Well, when we talk about the possibility of Bialecki winning 4-0, we're talking about that
96.
possibility based on previous results. When we're talking about Jack Wareing potentially winning this game 4-0, we're talking about darts he's had physically in his hand that he could have converted. And not just
43.
a dart at the ball. We're talking 3 darts at a double.
Here you see the angle of attack, and you can
140.
see pretty much what Sebastian sees. The darts going in not 100% straight, like those are. Sebastian's are
100.
kinking to
Sebastian
his
require
right, but that's very much to do with
141.
where he stands. Looking much more
125.
comfortable now. He's beaten some big-time players in his career, has Sebastian.
139. Sebastian, you require 60.
He doesn't really care for reputation. Oh, that's a really good fall out of the
Game
board.
shot on the
Because
fifth
that
leg.
one was in the double
Sebastian
16.
Bialecki.
Maybe the tide is turning in the luck department as well for Bolt.
Sixth leg, it's
And
Jack to
when
throw
you're having
first.
a day or a
Game
week
on.
like Jack Wareing's having, that sort of stuff just keeps happening to you. He missed the target. He was going to bust, but it didn't penetrate the board. The dart has to stick.
81.
This was soft tip. That would have been bust.
Yep. I'm sure Sebastian has played, or does play, a little bit of electronic darts in Poland.
140.
But let's say Sebastian Bialecki does win this leg and goes on to win the match. There's so many positives here for Jack Wareing to build on for the rest of the day.
134.
He's looked a lot more efficient in the scoring department. He's gave himself more opportunities at a double than he's had in the whole of a day. His average is up in the 80.
57.
He's at a 180. He's won twice the amount of legs in this game than he did in the whole day yesterday.
Might even win the match, Matt.
140.
He is defying all of the odds and the doubters. And he's also defying what I thought
59. Jack
he was going to do in this game. I thought Sebastian would win comfortably, but it's been anything but comfortable.
$56.
I'm going to be fascinated to see where he goes with his first dart when he comes back. That's a good recovery.
125.
magnificent
Jack
recovery.
require 90.
So to take us all the way. Ball.
55.
He threw that
Sebastian, you
really
require
quick.
120.
This is to finish the job. So Jack does have another chance
60.
to
Jack
be in his
require
first
35.
7-leg match He's already in his first 6-leg match, but it's going to
Game
go
shot
at
on the
least
sixth
one
leg.
more.
Jack Wareing.
Can he get the win? Or will it be 2 more points for Sebastian? This leg will tell the
Seventh
story.
and final leg. It's Sebastian to throw first.
Good
Game
clean
on.
chip out there. You just look at Jack's face. He's got that look of determination.
85.
A look we've not seen from him yet.
He's got a bit of a bounce in his step, hasn't he? That's what good, hearty competition can do for you when you're
45.
involved. He hasn't really been involved the last day and a half. He's been swept aside by good players. But now,
100.
he is involved. Needs to stay there.
95.
That was not completing your action right there. That was jabbing the dart through the air. Just look at the way that Sebastian delivers every dart the same. Incredible technique. And an incredible 180 at a great time.
$43. Sebastian, you
Composure
require
is something I've not been
136.
convinced with at the moment with Sebastian Bialecki in this game, but time is something he's going to have on his time here.
96.
He doesn't need to get it with this first start or with this visit. He is going to get more.
140.
Almost a second 180
Sebastian,
for
you
Jack.
require 40.
But Sebastian's at the double after
Game,
12 and
shots,
takes a
and the
brilliant
match.
13
Sebastian
darter in that one.
Bialecki.
Even though he lost that game, Jack Wareing will be buoyed by the fact that he played so much better. In fact, Sebastian in that game played a little bit better than he did in his first game of the day. So he's now on 8 points in the table with a leg difference of +3. Jack got 13 shots at a double, could only convert 3, a game that possibly has slipped by for him in opportunities. But when we come back, it's going to be Matthew Dennant against John Michael to start off round 3.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are 2 rounds of games down, but still none the wiser as to how we pick apart Group A. But Paul Nicholson with us up here on the balcony is going to do his best to try and do exactly that. Let's have a look firstly then by having a check at the table. Every player now having played 7 matches, and Mike Warburton still on 10 points, but it's Dennant now the man at the top of the table. He's the man who's made the charge.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good one as well when you consider he lost his first 2 games yesterday, but 5 undefeated since then. That's a great return. But I love the way that this table is starting to materialise because there are many stories afoot. I think Conor Heneghan's got to have a really strong finish to his day like Matt had yesterday, otherwise he could be cut adrift.
You mentioned on commentary yesterday about Lee Budgeon and how he lost his first 2 games in the Group A. Then he went on to dominate that group and make his way through to finals night. And Matt Dennant's kind of followed that similar mantra that after 2 defeats, it could be so easy to get swallowed up in the occasion. He's done the exact opposite.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up because I didn't want Matt to think that losing your first 2 games means that you're completely cut adrift from winning this group. It's not the case. It's how you perform on a moving day like today, and you give yourself the chance of moving like that if you have a strong finish to Monday. Now he can set himself some targets, but ultimately I think the one thing that's going through his mind is that I do not want to be defeated in this little streak. Keep it going, and he could well be safe by this time tomorrow.
I know he's won one already today, but what do you think Mike Warburton is thinking right now?
Leave me alone, everybody. I think he was quite comfortable with that 4-point cushion, but it didn't last long. It lasted, a game?
Literally,
but now he's been caught. It's back to the octagon for him, or as we call it, the MODUS Super Series.
As for Sebastian Bialecki, he was perhaps our most consistent performer yesterday. Unlucky in terms of results, but today hasn't quite got out the traps as we expected him to.
No, he's had to work a little bit harder than I thought he maybe had to do. Averaging 93 yesterday and not getting much in the way of points, only 4 points. But he's got 4 today, averaging way less than that. Darts is a funny old beast sometimes. But the good thing is he's grinding, and his better levels are in there. He may have to find them at some point.
Next up for us, big game for John Michael.
Big game for both of them, I think. I think Mike Warburton would much rather the man from Greece win this one, just to keep things nice and tight. But these are the kind of games I want to see. 2 people towards the top of the table, battling it out for 2 very key points.
Well, shall we get it on?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. It's Matt Dennant up against John Michael in the company of this man and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Table topper, Matt Dennant now. He's following in the footsteps of Lee Budgeon. If you remember a few weeks back, Lee Budgeon was in a very similar situation to Matt Dennant, who started his campaign off with a couple of defeats and went on to win the group. All things considered, at the moment, Matt Dennant top of the group. If it was to end now, he would be the group winner. But John Michael's going to have a big say in that one. The former tour card holder just lost it this last year. Did try to regain it at Q School. Fell just a little short of the required mark, but he could join the required mark of winning Group A. If he is to beat Matt Dennant here, he will move on to 10 points and join Dennant.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Matt Dennant is our biggest 180 hitter so far this week. Joint at the top there with Conor Heneghan after 7 fixtures.
60.
Both players hitting 8. But Matt Dennant yet to register a finish over 100.
60.
That is a feature that John Michael is the best player at. He's hit 5 finishes over 100. So we've got one of the biggest power scorers of the week taking on one of the biggest power finishers
59.
of the week. Is it scoring for show or doubles for dough?
137. 30.
The scoring power of Matt Dennant shown
100.
in the very first leg. Opens up a sizable lead in the opening leg of this match.
100. Matt, you require 147.
Will it be his first Tumpless checkout of the week?
96.
Matt Dennant will
100.
return
Matt, you
51.
require 51.
Nice two-darter that lets you pick your double of choice. He's always going to pick that double 16. Loves it in this section of the board.
You think that single 19 threw him off?
Game shot the first leg.
Obviously not.
Matt Dennant.
But when you're that close to that double 19 as opposed to hitting the nice meaty part of the single, just makes you
Second
stop
leg, it's
for a
John to throw
microsecond and
first.
say,
Game
"Oh,
on.
that wasn't a very good shot." But ultimately, he did win the leg.
Yeah, in that situation, you're throwing, essentially trying to avoid
40.
the treble 19, which he did do, but nearly went into the second worst option, which is the double. And that sat lovely there for Matt Dennant.
140.
Always felt he was going to find at least another treble in that situation. I wouldn't have been surprised there to see him go clear at the top of the 180
59.
table there with that dart, the way it sat nicely in the board for him.
59.
Come on, Matt, I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who do you think's going to win this group from here?
I've been singing the praises of Matt Dennant
60.
from the very start, so I'm going to stay on that hymn sheet. I'm not going to turn the page. I'm going to stay with Matt Dennant for
60.
now.
You're going to sing the same hymn for another day and a half. I don't know.
45.
I've got a funny feeling that this is going to go down to the last round of matches tomorrow.
You can't ask me then, go sit on the fence.
Okay. So you wanted some
57.
company. All right, I'll give you some company. I think Bialecki might nick it at the very last round. I don't think he'll be in front
60.
at the top of the table at any point until tomorrow in round 5. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to go for the dramatic one. But then again, if Matt Dennant keeps winning and keeping this undefeated streak alive, he might make me look a bit silly.
129.
Which, let's face it, he's one of my favourite people in darts, actually, so I wouldn't mind that. I like
46.
people
Matt, you
with
require
intelligence,
56.
with manners, and class, and he's got them all.
16.
He's also got funny bones. Very humoury guy. Love a shared practice room with him. Enjoyed my
97.
time with Matt
Matt, you
Dennant.
I wondered
require
where you were going to
40.
go with that. Double 10. He's got to go way left or right and high.
20. John, you require
Couldn't
94.
really have got any closer than that. It's the bull route. Oh, no, it's not. It's the double 6 route.
82. Matt, you required 20.
Been a bit scrappy from John Michael the last couple of games. Just looks to be losing his composure a little bit. Might be losing this game.
Game shot on the second leg.
Especially now
Matt
he's 2-0
Dennant.
down. But the overall standard today has not been as good as yesterday, right? We can't ignore that. So if you are
Third leg,
on
it's
this
Matt
hockey
to
with
throw
all of
first.
these combatants,
Game on.
and you understand that, it's a case of saying to yourself, right, if this is going to be one of those days where we're not playing our best,
96.
I'm going to have to remain resolute.
$100.
Why do you think that would be? Why would the standard drop from Monday to Tuesday? Because in a lot of different groups that we've seen, the standard has gone up from Monday to Tuesday.
100.
I think a couple of things. One, potentially a little bit of more fatigue than we had before because these
83.
players beat the life out of each other yesterday. They all brought their best. But as well with that, I
98.
think with the 3-day group, I think sometimes you might just get a little bit of a lapse in the middle because at the start you're playing for position, at the end you're playing for position, and in the middle you might just
140.
lose a bit of focus.
And with that in mind,
$137.
is Matt Dennant in the right sort of zone to stay focused? Because the one thing he might be thinking is, I haven't lost in a while. And now I don't want to lose. He's not thinking about the table. He's thinking more on the lines of,
requires 70.
I want to be invincible. 88.
Game
Means he is invincible in this game.
Dennant.
This is turning out to be an ideal result for him.
I mentioned while you was coming down
Fourth
from
leg, it's
talking
John
to
to throw
Henry
first.
that
Game
this
on.
is reminding me of Lee Budgeon week, where he started off and he lost the first couple of games and went on a mad winning run and ended up winning Group A quite convincingly.
47.
Didn't go too well for him on the Saturday night. He lost out in the qualifying rounds. Now, when you consider
60.
how many matches Matt Dennant has played with us, it's entirely fair for us to say that he may have slightly underachieved.
100.
But now that the prize fund here in Portsmouth has gone up and the opportunities have gone up, maybe his level will go up.
115.
John Michael's in his debut week, of course.
100.
And for that reason, against someone as experienced as Matt, does that mean there's less pressure on John?
60.
I actually listened to a podcast the other day called Desert Island Discs with Lauren Laverne and Barry Hearn.
41.
And he was talking about pressure. And he doesn't subscribe to the fact that pressure reduces performance. He believes that people should
96.
have a good adaptation of pressure. He should be able to handle it by doing the right things in preparation for it. And I subscribe to that.
83. Matt, you require 170. $60. John, you require 130.
Well, this is for the match.
Matt,
It's
you
a little bit
require
easier than 170.
110.
And it's possible. Double 16.
78.
Not far
John,
away
you
from
require
4-0.
72.
And an 8th consecutive. No, it wasn't 8th consecutive. Because he's playing his 8th game. Do beg your pardon.
52.
He won 3 yesterday. That would have been for 6 in a row. But this is now for 6 in a row. Courtesy
Matt,
of
you
John
require
Michael, only getting
32.
2 darts at a double in this match to date. Double 8.
Game.
And he does get the
shots,
job
and
done.
The match.
He's
Matt
made
Dennant.
a definitive move today. Winning by 4 legs to 0 takes him to 12 points in the table and a very healthy leg difference of plus 13 now. Let's have a look at the stats from this one. They're not mind-bogglingly good, but do you think Matt cares? I don't think so. He had 14 attempts at a double to John Michael's 2, but now we turn our attention to Mike Warburton against Sebastian Bialecki in the chasing pack. Can they now keep pace with the Scholar? That's the question after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the Scholar is top of the class. Matt Dennant has moved to the top of the table and extended his lead to 2 points by getting the better of John Michael by 4 legs to 0 in our previous matchup. So Dennant at the top of the table. Mike Warburton now looking to respond and go level on points with Dennant. He takes on Sebastian Bialecki in our next match. This is our 8th game of the day, so it's middle match time here at the Super Series. And to talk us through all the action, here's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, this game yesterday was rather good to say the least. Bialecki lost it, averaging 98.01. And if you think that he missed a lot of doubles, well, he didn't. He was 40%, which is very, very gettable when it comes to winning a match. But he didn't even take it to the 7th leg because Warburton did everything right, averaging 96.59. Gave himself plenty of chances, and he would love that amount of chances once again. Because for the first time in a while, he's not at the top of the table. He's 2 points behind and 4 legs behind in leg difference. So in order to get back to the top, he's going to have to rely on wins, not just in this round, but in the next one as well.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Bialecki in the table on 8 is now 4 points behind Dennant. So he could do with a victory to compound a little bit of misery today for Warby.
100.
Who lost out to John Michael in game 4 and has just seen the person who beat him in that match lose 4-0 to Matt Dennant. It's a bit of a free-for-all.
42.
As the other Matt joins me in the commentary box, Matthew Edgar.
For me, Sebastian Bialecki just seems to be losing a little bit of composure.
100.
And if we take a look at his numbers today, he's averaging 80. When yesterday it was 93.24.
60.
I wonder if he's feeling that something's going wrong and he's trying to correct it, he's trying to put it right rather than, like yesterday, letting it happen. Maybe having such a big average like a 93 average, but coming into today 5th in the table, is coming looking for something extra rather than trusting the process.
You wouldn't expect the player at 19 years of age to be perfect.
167.
But because of the things he's done so far, we expect him to do most things perfect when he comes to venues like this.
97.
But maybe Warburton is the acid test, isn't he? He's the one who's won multiple WDF titles. He's the one who's been to the semi-finals of
98. Mike,
the World Masters before. He's the one that maybe has the biggest target on his back, with all due respect to everybody else. Now, what does he do here? Does he go for 16 bull? Well, I think he was going for the aggressive treble 16. And if he didn't get it, I think he might have laid up there. But that was a really aggressive shout there from Warby. And it turns out really well
Sebastian
for 1-0.
to throw first. Game on.
What are your thoughts, Mike? Do you think he would have laid up if he'd have got the single 16?
140.
I don't know in that situation. And I think when we look at Mike Warburton today, I'd say he's got that. Well, from the very first leg, I've said he's got an aggressive steeliness about him today. And I wouldn't have been surprised to see him go for it because I think he's getting to that point where he's going to hunt down everything. Everything he gets, he's going to let us know. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing a few, not full-on Gerwin Price type celebrations, but maybe a couple of roars coming out.
85.
If you are a fan of animated movies like Sebastian is, need I reference 58. That Shrek movie where it says, do the roar? We don't get a great deal of big celebrations during the week when there's no fans here. I think the biggest one we ever had was when Conor Heneghan hit the 9-darter.
60.
But maybe the biggest one we've ever had with any fans in here came from Adam Warner?
Oh, unquestionable. I was here that night as well. Brilliant, brilliant atmosphere.
60.
And just remember that you can be here if you want to be part of the Week 5 finals, or indeed, if you want to book your tickets for another week's finals, even the Champions Week finals, which will be
60.
in the first week of May. Go to dartshop.tv to find out more information. It is free of charge to be here. Bring yourself some friends. And have a great night out at a very unique darting atmosphere. Hasn't been short of maximums today, Bialecki.
100.
Got himself 3 in his previous match.
20.
And he has got himself a leg. 17 darts is good enough to equalise.
Third leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Keep looking at his shirt, you know, and it reminds me of something. I just can't remember what it is. It's the colour combinations of that bright red and the cream.
60.
Does it remind you of anything?
Wales.
100.
Probably not a good thing when you're playing a Welshman then. Like a red flag to a bull.
Yeah, other than that,
100.
nothing's really coming to mind.
Where's the next big Welsh dart story then? Because we've had Clayton a couple of years ago breaking through. Price, obviously,
96.
3 Grand Slams and a world title. Where's the big Welsh story in 2023 for you, Matt Edgar?
Probably winning the World Cup.
100.
I think they're probably the favourites to do that, and I'd be probably more surprised if they didn't, I think, this year.
I think they were a little bit wounded by the fact the Aussies beat them last summer. Wouldn't surprise me to see them both in the final again. But I think we might see something from Jim Williams, you know. His stats at the start of the season have
60.
been fantastic.
Sebastian required 170.
Oh, just kisses off the
94.
barrel and goes into the treble 5. Mike Warburton back on 181 is a no finish. So this is a break opportunity here for Bialecki.
Every now and again, Mike does have that dart
85.
right there. That 5.
Sebastian requires 76.
The one that is dragged a little bit low. Got plenty of room.
Game shot on the third leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
There you can see the angle of attack that he's got on that double A. To many other people, it can seem
Fourth leg, it's
from our
Sebastian's
camera angle that
first.
it's blocked, but to him, it's
Game
not.
on.
Because he stands all the way to the right-hand side of the hockey, the way that Stephen Bunting does.
The start of this game, I questioned his
77.
composure at this point of the day. That was composed. And that was a fantastic finish. Because like I said, the way his darts lie across, he'd have to come even more to the right to get that
140.
angle to come in past that double 8.
Okay, I've talked about dart shirts and all sorts of other paraphernalia when it comes to these players this week. What do you make of
57.
Mike Warburton's logo on his flights? Because in the last few days, I'm not ashamed to say this because I have actually communicated this to Ross Smith. His new logo and his new shirt is the best I've ever seen.
140.
I think it is phenomenal. Great piece of graphic design. And if you're looking to get yourself a logo as a player,
135.
the gold medalist right now is Ross Smith. It's absolutely brilliant. I'll tell you what, though, that one on his flights right there, pretty good.
60.
Right colour scheme, bit of Welsh green and red.
I like patterns and brandings that it's clearly Mike Warburton's.
95.
but
Mike required
it could be
161.
generic as well.
$65.
Nice play.
Sebastian, you
Now
require
in 2-dot range.
137.
Bialecki is going north on a 137. That's quite traditional for a young man.
59.
What do we see these
Mike
days?
required 96.
Most people going for 19s first.
So this to rescue the advantage of throw that he lost in the last leg. Gone for the double-double approach.
56.
You can tell
Sebastian
by the look on his
requires
face.
78.
It was not converted. 20 for tops.
Oh boy, that was close.
43.
That was not.
Mike required 40.
I think he may have distracted himself by not resetting on the hockey.
Yeah, it was aggressively stood up as well, so it would have blocked some of the bed with the flight. So, bit of an air shot there from Bialecki.
20.
And another missed
Sebastian
opportunity for
required
Mike Warburton.
35.
The man who was top of the table at the start of this
Game
could
shot on
soon
the fourth
be
leg.
joint
Sebastian
seconds,
Bialecki.
because Matt Dennant has gone clear at the top of the table. Bialecki wins this one. He will join Mike Warburton on 10
Fifth
points.
leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
He's already got more legs against Mike than he got yesterday. He's not averaging to the same level. In fact, he's a good 12 behind what he did against Mike on Monday.
100.
But what is it they say? Darts is on the day. What happens before is just a guide.
100.
I find it very hard to read Sebastian. I know he may have had his composure tested today, but I just can't get a read on him.
140.
It's a little bit easier to read Mike. He wears his heart on his sleeve like most Welsh people do. That's what makes them so watchable.
59.
Wears his heart on his sleeve and he digs deep when he needs to. And right now he needs to. He has ran over to that
140.
panic button and he has been pressing it vigorously.
96. Mike require 121.
Good thing about this format is that things can turn around pretty quickly. And his form has been changing very, very well
113.
over the course of this fifth leg. They're the times when you don't want to hit the bullseye.
140.
This is the time
Mike
where you really want to get this
8.
done quick. Don't give Sebastian a look for the match. Well
Game
done, Mike.
shot on the fifth
Great leg.
My Warburton.
13 darter, and he had a bullseye in there that he didn't want. That makes the leg even better.
Sixth leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
You feel this is the one. This is where he needs one of those sort of 13 dart legs, because Sebastian Bialecki in this situation will be thinking
100.
15. 15 dart leg from Bialecki will force Warburton into 12.
That's what he did against Jack Wareing. He put in a 13 darter in a game where he was
100.
severely tested. It's such a weird sport sometimes.
135.
You can win a golf tournament sometimes on +4, like some people have done in the US Open in the past. And then there are other tournaments where you could be outside the top 10
100.
on -15. Depends on conditions. But what's even stranger about darts is that the conditions are exactly the same as yesterday. But you've got
96.
Sebastian Bialecki winning every game today, averaging well lower than Monday. We've spent almost half a century trying to predict this sport.
100.
We still
Sebastian
can't do it.
require 170.
Another one of them for the ball, for the 170, for the match.
138.
Did I just get David palleted?
Yeah, he's just been palleted. If you've never seen that before, check it out on YouTube. It's one of the funniest things you'll see in darts. But Bialecki
60.
didn't egg the
Sebastian
crowd on
requires
first.
32.
This is to reverse the score from yesterday. Is he in the mix? How much can he see?
Game
Just
shot
about enough.
and the match.
What
Sebastian
a great dart that was
Bialecki.
from Sebastian. And he's firmly in the mix now with 3 straight wins on his Tuesday action. Making a move? Yes, absolutely. That was a really good performance, averaging over 90 for the first time today, and his doubles were excellent as well. And it's not as if Warburton played poorly. Maybe if he'd played Sebastian a little bit earlier in the day, he could have taken him, but he didn't. To close out round number 3 today, it's going to be Jack Wareing trying to get that first win still. He's up against Conor Heneghan, who has got a lot of work to do in the table.
A very warm welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where the MODUS Super Series Group A table is hotting up, and it is advantage Matt Dennant at the top of it. 12 points to his name after 8 matches on the board, and that is following a defeat for Mike Warburton last time out against Sebastian Bialecki by 4 legs to 2. Big game coming up for Conor Heneghan. He finds himself on 6 points. Win here will move on to 8 and very much in contention. He takes on Jack Wareing, still waiting for that elusive victory here at the Super Series. Watching this one in the commentary box, it's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, this is the game yesterday where Jack got his first leg. And he has since then got 3 more against Sebastian Bialecki, who is still undefeated today. But now, can he get 4 to keep Conor Heneghan on 6 points in the table and 6 points adrift of the top? All of a sudden, now we've already discounted the chance of Jack getting through this group, so he will be playing on Thursday and Friday. But what kind of damage can he do to the challenge of the Irishman?
First leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Well, that last performance from Jack Wareing was mightily improved. It was an 80 average. He managed to carve out 13 darts at a double. He hit his first 180.
140.
And he's been throwing with a lot more pace, a lot more purpose. And that's really going to help him settle into this game from the off.
93.
I just wonder if that's going to help Conor as well. Because you do get the feeling he'd rather be in a quick game than a slow one.
140.
Okay, who are you and what have you done with Jack Wareing, Jack? Because this is great to see. Somebody's either giving him a pep talk or he's figured something
100.
out. This is the real Jack Wareing.
He has put some
60.
good things in on the county stage, which we have alluded to already, and we mentioned that at some point he's going to put in that performance. If he can keep this performance up here,
61.
he could draw Conor
Jack required
Heneghan into
161.
the same ground that he is, where he's going to pull him out of contention for Group A.
19.
Just when we start waxing lyrical about him, he has a bad visit, but he's afforded that one.
45. Jack required 142.
Well, he's scored well enough that a bad visit won't really affect his opportunity to
100.
win this leg. You should be getting 2 darts at the double here.
Now, this is the number, or one of the numbers, where you have plenty of choice.
Jack required 42.
Let's find out which one he wants. This is fascinating to me, you know.
Game shot
Because
the
he's
first
taken
leg.
the first leg.
Jack Wareing.
But how many left-handers do you know, Matt Edgar, who go 10 double 16?
Second leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, not many.
You think about left-handers in modern-day darts. Mark Webster, James Wade, Martin Phillips,
140.
Ryan Meikle. All of them go for single 2. And I mean all of them.
80.
It's a matter of dexterity and eye dominance. Because most left-handers like tops and 10s. They don't like the bottom left corner. But maybe we're starting to see with
96.
Jack a slightly different approach for a lefty.
I also think here that Jack's probably just put in the practice room on a bit of notice.
66.
After yesterday, that they came in today thinking easy 2 points. Where right now, with the close game with Bialecki, where he got 3 legs in that,
171.
and now he's a leg up on Conor Heneghan again. The average is higher than what we've seen from him yesterday. He's hitting doubles as well.
100. Conor, you require
I
94.
wonder if the other players are just going to be keeping an eye on the monitors and just trying to be a bit aware of the threat now that Jack Wareing could pose. Because
54.
if he is going to win a game here, you don't want to be the person that loses to him, because then it'll be like with the rest of the players that are so tightly bunched, it'll be like being handicapped.
85. Conor, you require 40.
Double top for a better leg. Hasn't missed many doubles.
Game
And he
shot the
doesn't miss
second
at this
leg.
visit.
Conor Heneghan.
Mentioned about the other players being aware of the situation. If you saw Conor Heneghan between every shot, he just kept
Third
looking
leg,
at
it's
the
Jack
board,
to throw
trying to see
first.
what Jack
Game
Wareing
on.
was on. He's aware of the danger. He didn't choose to split that down with Jack Wareing on 170. He went straight for it.
Are we seeing
60.
that little bit of extra pressure on these players because they are expected to beat him? I did bring that up early in the piece, but I think it has had a part to
95.
play. All you got to do is look at Bialecki in that previous game, in Game 6, where he just won by 4 legs to 3. The pressure on him to win that match must have felt quite heavy.
123.
And now we move into another territory
59.
here when we watch this game and we look at it. We say Conor Heneghan's going to have to break Jack Wareing at some point here. And Jack put in a good strong leg on throw in the opening leg.
100.
He's putting a good strong leg in here on leg 3 as well. Which means Connor's need to find something very big. it becomes no bigger than that.
180.
He's trying to get better than his 6-dart conversion from yesterday, where he did 344. The next one is 347.
48. Conor, you require 167.
Treble 19.
99.
You don't often see
Jack
somebody
required
get those big
170.
6-dart conversions. You almost never see them twice.
I
57.
mentioned
Connor,
that
you
Connor
require
is going to need
68.
something big to break the throw of Jack Wareing. He's found the maximum in this leg. Mine's a double 16. It'll be a 15 dart breaker throw.
36. Jack, you require
Jack.
113.
It's been a day of firsts for him. Will he had his first tumpless finish?
Not on this occasion.
53. Connor, you require 32. Game
Things
shot
have
on the
turned
third
here.
leg.
Wareing got the
Conor
lead,
Heneghan.
but now he's lost it.
4th leg, it's Connor to
Not
throw
looking
first.
too
Game on.
enamoured by that 2-1 lead, Connor, but he knows he's only at the halfway point.
60.
I get dizzy when I look at his shirt too much, you know. It's like a magic eye picture. I just don't know what it's representing, but I think the last time he wore it at MODUS Super
66.
Series darts, I likened it to something like Tron. You can see a little vehicle zooming around the lines.
140.
Something trying to catch him.
100.
Two more rounds coming up after this. Mike Warburton will start against Matthew Dennant in game 10.
96.
And that doesn't need much introduction, does it? Because we have two players towards the top. But
43.
Warburton now is running a risk of losing even second spot if he loses to Dennant. And the narrative changes a little bit.
165.
That's wonderful there from Connor. Where he's been after 12 darts in the last 3 legs has been world class. That's why his average has gone up past
42.
96.
Connor, you require 40.
Yeah, solid performance
Game
here
shot
from
on the
Heneghan.
4th
And he
leg. Conor
piles the
Heneghan.
misery there on Jack Wareing with that tops. Jack Wareing came out the traps flying.
5th leg, it's Jack to throw first.
But it
Game
just
on.
seems to have piqued the interest here of Conor Heneghan, who doesn't want to be that first player to taste defeat.
He had his best average yesterday against Jack of 92.44.
71.
He's playing just a little bit better than that today. It's not
95.
really about leg difference for Connor just yet. He must stay within striking distance. I know I sound like a broken record when I keep saying that, but that's what Tuesday's about for me.
140.
If he wins this game, he will be within 4 points of the top. It must not be more than that by the end of play.
135.
If Connor is as good a counter as I think he is,
100.
then 19s should be the play here. Love it when a plan comes together. Stay there. And that's why you do it.
171.
Because it leaves you a 2-darter. And if he missed the 57 with dart 2, he would have gone to the bull with the last dart. That was world class from Heneghan.
And despite only having one 180 on the board, that is his 4th maximum visit. 2 171s,
80.
the 180 and the
Connor, you require
165 setup
100.
shot.
It might even be the biggest average we have seen this week. If he hits tops,
80. Jack, you require 110.
it would have been. And you do get the feeling
46.
that the game is up.
Connor, you require
With
20.
Heneghan well placed again after 12.
Game,
a brilliant
shot,
scoring
and the
performance.
match. Conor
And it means he
Heneghan.
has the second best average of the week. It's only by 0.08 that he missed the best one. Do you think he cares? I don't think so. But 50% on the doubles. And he seems to like playing against Jack Wareing, doesn't he? Because he has his best performances against him. So that gets him on to 8 points on the table. He's still in the mix there, but we'll need a strong last 2 rounds. Speaking of those last 2 rounds, they will start now with Warburton against Dennant, just after this.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Some of the top stars from the international game here every single week, and you can join us every Saturday night. Tickets are available, they're free and they are complimentary. Head over to dartshop.tv for more information of how you can be here each and every Saturday night, and it doesn't cost you a penny. Well, in our last game, Conor Heneghan broke the ton average mark in his match against Jack Wareing. It was a 4-1 success for the man they call Hino, 100.12 being the end average and 4 out of 8 on the doubles, rounding things off with a 13 darter to boot. So let's have a look at the table then, because every player has now played 8 matches in Group A, and it is Matt Dennant who is the man out at the top of the table. He finds himself on 12 points, and have a look at that healthy margin as well in terms of the legs difference bracket, plus 13. And how crucial could that be for the scholar come tomorrow, because the group below him looks very, very tight. Warburton, Bialecki, both on 10 points. And you cannot discredit the chances of Conor Heneghan and John Michael both on 8 points themselves. And it is going to be that top of the table tussle we're going to see next as Mike Warburton takes on Matt Dennant. Crucial few minutes in the offing here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And to describe this big game, we have our big game commentary team. It's time to hand over to Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
I love that you're calling us the big game commentary team, Henry. It's not like you've got a choice. You're stuck with us. But we love it. And we're loving this game because, let's face it, it's probably the biggest match in this group right now. With Warburton in second position and Dennant at the top, he could now create his own 4-point gap. And it doesn't even feel that long since Warburton was 4 points in front at the top of the table. It was only 6 or 7 games ago.
Yeah, it's all turned around pretty quick.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
2 defeats, followed by 6 wins. He is the form man coming into this game. He is the very slight bookie's favourite coming into this one as well. Priced up at 8 to 11.
100.
This morning, it was a little bit closer. He's 4 to 5 this morning, so a little bit of a nibble there in terms of Matty Dennant to win this one.
140.
But he is going to have to break the throw if that is going to happen.
That might come into play as well. It hasn't come into play too much today. We've only had 2 4-3 so far, both including Sebastian Bialecki.
140.
And he's won them both. We'll see more of him in match 12 when he takes on Conor Heneghan to maintain his
95.
undefeated streak today. But what's going to happen with Matt's? And just remember, if you are having a bit of a gamble today, please do so if you're over the age of 18 only.
140.
Gamble responsibly, and it's begambleaware.org for more information. Oh, this is a good start, isn't it? Both on finishes after 9.
121.
Well under 170. That may be the most costly dart that he throws in this leg. It does depend on what Matt does now.
81. Matt, you require 86.
He'll start over on the 18s. Trying to leave his favourite double 16. And that one
45.
Get a dart
Mike,
or
you
a double.
require 40.
A single could have left him single for the bull. Instead, Mike Warburton now could have a bit of a stress-free holder throw.
20.
Is there such a
Matt,
thing?
you require 41.
Not for Mike today. Not today. 2 8s.
Game shot on
the
the
lead.
first leg.
Everything seems to be
Dennant.
going his way today, whether it's him playing well or him getting another opportunity because his opponent misses.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Now, it's at this point that I like to look at what happened at this time yesterday. Not the fixture, because when they played against each other on Monday, it was a very different time.
180.
We've already got 2 maximums in this match from Matt Dennant. If you are curious, on Monday.
60.
Dennant lost this one by 4 legs to 3, but it was in a game where he's starting to improve.
99.
It's the last game he lost. But at this time yesterday, you just sensed that Warburton was starting to deteriorate a little bit. Now, is that something that A, is it happening again? And B, is it something that Matt Dennant can expose?
We're talking about
70.
the time of day. This is where Matt Dennant was really starting to find his best. Yesterday, game 3 was a 93 average. He averaged 90 in game 4 and then 96.97.
140. Make
So
you
just fractionally under the 97 in
152.
game number 5. But that also went hand in hand with the fact that he started to hit the
100.
doubles.
Mike, you require 161.
He's not doing a great deal wrong in this game so far. He's forcing Warburton to do something magical.
90. Matt, you require 52.
Double top.
Game show on the
Now,
second
whether he
leg.
chooses tops or
Matt
16s, they're actually both winning for him right now. I was quite surprised that he
Third
went
leg,
for the
it's Mike
12
to
there.
throw first. Game on.
Yeah, maybe just a sign of someone who's a little bit edgy about slipping into that treble 20.
140.
Is it a play of someone who just refuses to do something silly? So if you've got 60 points, you know you're going to go 20 for top.
55.
But by going for the 12, you are completely eliminating the possibility of an under-delivered dart where you are going to get a shot. Do you think that's what he's doing?
Yeah, I think it was a safety play.
180.
Matt Dennant might need some magic, but ta-da! Mike Warburton is producing some magic.
58.
These are very tricky legs to break when your opponent finds 5 trebles with the first 6 darts. Make that 6 in 7.
I like the bullseye here.
83.
Full order 19 there is the play. I mean, 19 gives you the chance to leave a simple 2-darter as well. Plus, the 19 gives you the opportunity to use the bull 17 and top.
100.
So, yeah, good play there
Mike
from
require 98.
Warburton.
Just so happens that he missed everything he was going for. But now, go for the 6. Absolutely right. Good ball management
Game
and
show on
brilliant
the third
execution. That's a
leg.
tremendous
Mike
leg from Mike.
Warburton.
That's great thinking and not panicking at any point, even though he had 2 darts in that leg that made him
Fourth
think.
leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
I've just noticed the table. It wasn't John Michael's handbag. I think it's Mike Warburton's.
Maybe they've got the same
57.
one. See, that'd be a bit awkward. You know, when you come to a darts venue and someone's got the same shirt as you. Never mind, someone's got the same bag.
100.
You can walk up to them and say, "Oh, I've got that bag. Hang on, it is my bag."
Is that why you shop at more fancy places? Because you know dart players are never going to go to the
134.
places to shop that you shop.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say most dart players are a little bit tight, but you like to splash the cash a little bit
I
more.
like the sales. I like the sales department. I like
140.
outlet stores these days. Not as flash as I once was.
What
100.
Paul Nicholson would pay for a shirt, I'd expect a whole bag of clothes for the same price.
I don't know whether that says anything about me or you. Don't worry,
45.
Matt, I'm still going to make you some brownies on Saturday. I think I might have just got some interest from our spotter today, who's a rather good eater.
94.
Advantage Dennant in the scoreline and currently 100 ahead. But for how long? Oh, it's a wonderful shot.
100.
But he
Matt,
wanted more. He wanted to leave
116.
76. But he might be shut out on tops.
96.
You've got your chance now, Mike. Can you take it?
116.
Same numbers. Will it be the same result? Tops.
96.
It's exactly the same result.
Matt, you require
Pretty
20.
much the same distance on the miss. And Matt Dennant, an opportunity here to extend the
Game
lead.
shot on the fourth leg.
To
Matt
really
Dennant.
put himself into a position here where he could be ending the day top of the table.
Let's have a little game of... Do you want to see
Fifth leg,
something
it's Mike
weird?
to throw first. Game on.
He's leading by 3 legs to 1, but his average is 12 less. Yes, if you are young,
100.
an aspiring dart player, and you're thinking about averages all the time, please stop. They don't mean anything. These are just a guide, but sometimes they just tell you the most bizarre story.
125.
A story I'm quite surprised about here as well is that 180 from Mike Warburton in this match is only his 3rd of the week so far.
100.
Yeah, he's not really noted as a massive 180 hitter. He's more of a 2 treble, 1 treble visit kind of guy. Get yourself down to 161. Approach
32.
well and be a good doubler. I'm curious as to where his game is at right now. What his ambitions are for the rest of the season.
98.
If you would ask that question to me, I'd say a good year for him would be to win in maybe 3 different arenas.
140.
Win here, maybe win on the Challenge Tour, and win somewhere else. If you could do that, that's a successful 2023.
60.
I know how much he craves to be on the PDC Pro Tour, but the only way he's going to get there is to win in those kind of environments.
I think he's one of them players as well that when they do get to the tour will be a better version of themselves than we've seen.
I agree. Chance for Dennant to close this out and to make that gap at the top even bigger.
107.
This is your quintessential 6-pointer.
Matt, you require 64.
Win 4-1. Make your leg difference in points better and make his worse.
48. Mike, you require 36.
Double 18 to save his skin. He's just had to watch a couple of match darts go against him. Might have to watch more.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
If he's going to watch
Mike
more,
Warburton.
going to be the end of another 501 points. When I mention about Mike Warburton being someone who strikes me as they'll be better when they get to the tour, it reminds me of a couple of players previously, like Jamie Hughes. Struggled to get through the Q School phase of it. Once he got on the tour, reached the top 32. Richard Veenstra has been trying to get on the Pro Tour for some time. Really enjoyed his company in these practice rooms. He's exactly what you think he is. He's a great character.
Yeah, he's someone I love watching play. He's got such a great style. Fast, aggressive.
60. Matt, you require
creative when it comes to counting. You would say that Dennant's a bit more methodical.
96.
And maybe traditional in his thinking. But that doesn't make him weaker. Now, what's he going to do with 51? We talked about eliminating the bust shot. So by that token,
100.
this should be 11 in top,
Matt,
shouldn't
you require 51.
Can't see anything here but the 19s. And then a couple of darts at his favourite double for the match.
Game, shot,
And he finds it this time. He missed a couple of match starts previously. How important could that leg turn out to be that Mike Warburton was able to convert? But he does lose 2 in that column. He loses 2 in the points, 2 in the legs, which will be amplified to 4. A really good performance there from both players, but goes the way of Dennant, who will be ending the day at the top of the table. Coming up next, we've got John Michael taking on bottom of the table, Jack Wareing.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen a significant result for Matt Dennant. He's got the better Mike Warburton by 4 legs to 2. Warburton, despite having a 97 average, it was 25% on the outer ring that came to cost him in the end. Meanwhile, for Dennant, 93 average, 4 out of 9 on the doubles. An impressive victory for him. Let's have a look then and see what that does in terms of the league table, because now Matt Dennant has a 4-point lead at the top of the league table. And Mike Warburton, the man who came into today top of the table, having won 4 of his first 5 matches, has only won 1 of his matches so far today. And so he is now the chaser as opposed to the one who, he's the chasing compared to the one being chased down. Sebastian Bialecki will have the opportunity in a couple of matches' time to move on to 12 points. However, next up for us here, we're going to see John Michael in action. The Greek also looking to keep tabs on those at the top of the table. Victory here would put him onto 10 points, and in that little bit of a congested group in second place. He takes on Jack Wareing, who is edging closer towards his first victory here at the Super Series, and we've seen improved signs from him here on Tuesday at the Live Lounge. Enough of me talking, explaining the action. Here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
A big opportunity now for John, who has got a win today, but since then hasn't really found his stride. And maybe he will come into this one after a little bit of a break with a really good, fresh outlook, because maybe he needed that break of 3 games after losing to Matt Dennant by 4 legs to 0. He'd like to inflict that 4-0 back onto Jack, which is exactly what he did to Jack in Game 5 yesterday. I think it's fair to say that Jack did not play his best game then.
First leg, it's John to throw first. Game on.
And John is still searching for his best game this week.
I'm going to call this one and say that if Jack's going to win one in this group, I think it's going to be here and now.
96.
I think the 10-1 available on Jack Wareing right now is a little bit appealing on what we've seen so far today.
That's a big call.
180.
Do you know something I don't? Have you been borrowing Biff's Sports Almanac again?
85.
I'll just put the crystal ball back under the table.
If you believe in such a thing. I did actually see a
59.
DeLorean last week. So maybe it was yours. And you're going back to the future, aren't you? It's a good start,
60.
though, from Jack. I just wonder what his reaction would be to that first win. Relief? Excitement?
140.
Superstar. 1-2-2 after 9 is very much not what we saw from him yesterday.
58. Jack, you require
He
122.
really struggled against John Michael in that second game of his campaign.
I mean, he struggled against everybody yesterday, but he's not struggling today. I'm liking the bit of zip in him at the moment.
82.
I'm liking the little bit of aggression. He's not going up there respectful today and thinking about them. He's going up there thinking about himself. And after 12 darts, has left himself
83.
tops to break
Jack, you
the
require
throw
40.
in the opening leg.
For his best leg of the week. He's gone double-double.
Game
And
shot
he's
the
got
first leg.
double-double.
Jack Wareing.
No reaction to that at all. Does that tell us that maybe he's got a bit of
Second leg, it's
focus right
Jack to
now?
throw first.
That his sole focus is just to get that win?
Game
That
on.
even something like that of hitting double 1, double 19 is not going to deter him?
Or does it tell us we're now watching a player who's playing with a bit of expectancy about their own game? That
46.
appeared that it didn't surprise Jack Wareing too much. Did it surprise John Michael? Maybe he's not seeing what we're seeing.
140.
When it comes to announcing the players coming through for
59.
coming weeks, there's just as much excitement now for the ADC qualifiers as there are for people who we've not seen before from the Pro Tour,
140.
from sister tours, and from other shows. I think that excitement is largely due to the
60.
fact that in Super Series 2, the ADC qualifiers really did make a name for themselves.
129.
I don't know what you've noticed about John Michael's darts, but there's no end to the barrel. It's smooth all the way through the point. It's a very intricate thing.
93.
See
John,
the
you
end of Jack's
require
darts?
92.
There's a bulbous end to it. It's almost as if the point and the dart are one with John Michael's setup.
32.
And he is someone who has used the flexible point before. If you've never seen those before, they're very thin. And when the dart hits the board, it wobbles.
9. John, you require 60.
Tops to get his throw back and level us up. That'll be two
40.
good solid legs from both players to get the breaks. Jack Wareing quite a bit back in this one. You could put John Michael on notice.
70. John, you require 20.
Action just breaking down there for Jack.
Game shot on the
And
second
things
leg.
getting better
John
for John.
Michael.
Mentioned yesterday that
Third leg, it's John
John's
to throw first.
name is
Game on.
fairly anglicised. In Greek, he's not called John Michael. He's Yanis
100.
Michael. I think I've said that right. At least I hope I have.
$85.
I'm pretty confident Jack's name is Jack. But I may have to double check that one for tomorrow.
60.
Wareing is a rather unusual surname, isn't it? You don't see a great deal of it. There's a good golfer called Paul Wareing. I don't know if they're related. Same surname, same spelling.
30.
John's not related
100.
to George, I don't think. George Michael was Greek. Might be distantly related to the man who I
60.
idolised as a kid. Still do to a certain regard. What a wonderful voice George had.
61.
Sadly missed. One of the most famous people to have ever come from Greece. No any other famous Greeks?
Stavros Flatley.
140.
That's the second mention for Stavros Flatley today. Nikos Dabizas, how about that?
55.
Footballer for Newcastle United. He was pretty good.
I think there used to be one a few years ago as well. Vasilis Borbokis.
43. John, you
Used to play
require
for Sheffield
125.
United. Right back.
Hang about.
Game, Sean, the
That's
third
beautiful
leg.
from John Michael.
John
1-2-5 out. A very famous finish, of course. But most
Fourth
people,
leg, it's Jack
when they
to
hit
throw
it the famous
first.
way, it's
Game
bull
on.
25 bull. Let's keep on with the famous Greeks topic then. You know that Jennifer Aniston's family are Greek?
123.
I think you read too many of those magazines.
I do not. Just a
100.
very big fan of Jennifer Aniston, like everybody my age. Her dad was a soap opera actor, I believe. He's very famous.
101.
I do believe, if I am right in thinking this, that one of the best players in the
85.
NBA is Greek. Giannis Antetokounmpo. I think I said that right. He plays for the Milwaukee Bucks, I think.
84.
And he is an absolute giant.
Makes you wonder in the local area how they deem John
43.
Michael, because with the titles he's won, he's essentially the Greek Phil Taylor.
Talk about John Part all over Canada and nobody knows who he is.
100.
But then again, Canada's a very, very big country with a lot of people in it. And people are probably too busy watching ice hockey or curling in Canada, as they do.
But
a three-time world champion, you've got to know who he is. And
Jack required 93.
when it comes to the Deadly Rose, he's won plenty in Greece. Multiple national champion.
73.
Jack had his chance
John,
on
you require
93.
93.
To get level, John gets his chance and he goes the same way.
Same way, but not the same execution. 76 required. I thought he was going to go double-double, you know, double 18.
57.
He loves that two-double
Jack
combination
required
on
20.
80. Seen him do it a couple of times already so far this week.
I thought he might have gone two double 19s in the end. Double 5.
Game shot on the fourth.
That's one of the
leg.
best starts he's
Jack
shown today.
Wareing.
He was under real pressure there. I like that show of respect from John because I think
Fifth
he
leg, it's John
understands
to
just
throw
how much
first.
pressure was on him.
Game on.
He'd have been in that position himself a million times before.
96.
So he'll know just exactly what Jack was feeling, so let's say respecting the hit, respecting the take there from Jack Wareing, and
45.
glance over at the odds as we go through, and there's no more 10-1 on Jack. They are taking notice of this improved level.
57.
And the levels throughout the day have improved for most players, in fact. We've seen a bit more from Conor Heneghan.
82.
He averaged over 100 against Jack a couple of games ago.
40.
Now this is a chance to get into this match. If he doesn't win this one, he's got Mike Warburton in a couple more games from now to try and get that elusive win.
90.
They was 3 well-thrown darts. 90 points. He might feel a little bit short-changed by that one. But John
60.
Michael continues to leave the door ajar. Is this Jack Wareing's moment? Is this his chance to step in?
60.
Do have it on good authority that Stavros Flatley are from Cyprus. Sorry, Matt.
43.
Well, it doesn't say that in the introduction of the Britain's Got Talent dance.
26.
We can't get everything right in the commentary box. I once said that Paul Hogan was playing for Hampshire when in fact he was playing for Berkshire. I got it in the neck for that one.
129.
Opportunity just presented itself for Jack Wareing and then soon it got stamped out. The 60-26 conversion, and then John Michael steps in with a couple of treble 20s.
81. John, you require 76.
Tops. Put
Game
himself
shot on the
one
fifth
leg
leg.
away from
John
the match. That was a
Michael.
good save that from John Michael, because he was making a bit of a mess of that. He presented Jack Wareing with the opportunity.
Sixth leg, it's
But
Jack to throw
86
first.
in
Game
6
on.
darts in that situation from 2-2-4, not to leave yourself on. It's not going to cut it at this level.
42.
What's been missing from the John Michael game so far this week? Because we're not
47.
talking about him coming through this group at this point, but should we be? He's on 8 points now. He'd get to 10 with a win. But then again, Conor Heneghan
26.
and Sebastian Bialecki have got a game in hand. That comes after this.
What's been missing from the John Michael game this week?
60.
Consistency. Because it's not quality. He had a 99.79 in his opening game. But the consistency is what is really letting him
81.
down. And that is where he's sat 5th in the table at the moment.
I think one of the best questions we could ask him right now
140.
is, have you played a lot of round-robin darts in your career? Because I get the feeling, looking at his CV, that maybe the majority of the tournament days he's played have been knockouts.
65.
So this could be something quite new to him.
I can't think of many tournaments that have a group
78.
phase included with it. I know in the top end of the game we've got the Grand Slam of darts, but I can't think of any other. You used to have the Champions League.
70.
I can't think of anything else that would be sort of a group phase.
The only thing I can really think of on
140.
top of ADC Vault tournaments is Dart Players Australia and Dart Players New Zealand matches with Conor Heneghan and Sebastian Bialecki.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where John Michael has got the better of Jack Wareing by 4 legs to 2 here in Group A, doing so with an average of 83.85, and that highlight checkout of a 1-2-5 en route, 4 out of 8 on the doubles. As for Jack Wareing, that wait for that elusive first victory continues for him in terms of the league table. That puts him now in a better position. It puts him, if you actually have a look at it, onto double figures, onto 10 points now. And so now there's a three-way split in second place, which is going to make things very interesting. It makes life very much better for Matt Dennant, who we'll see in a couple of games' time. Next up for us, it's Sebastian Bialecki up against Conor Heneghan. Another important match, because if Bialecki wins, he goes within 2 points of Dennant at the top of the table. A win for Heneghan, and Matt Dennant will go into the final round of fixtures, 4 points in front of the rest of the field, and the 4 behind him will all be on 10 points. Interesting times ahead. It is moving day for a reason, and we're finding out why. And to explain the ifs, the buts, the maybes, here's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Well, if Conor Heneghan wins this game, like you said, he'll go to 10 points with 3 other players, but he's got Sebastian Bialecki in his way. He's undefeated today, so if he can find another victory, things will have turned around. We talked a little bit earlier on this morning about the possibilities of this group. They are coming to pass, and Matt Dennant at the top makes Matthew Edgar feel a little bit smug because he called
First
it.
leg, it's Sebastian to throw first. Game on.
Well, I've got a habit of calling things. The Chris Dobie, the Andrew Gilding to win the UK Open. Called a few.
Who's going to win this week then? I'm putting you right on the spot.
99.
That'll teach me for being clever, won't it?
I'll give you the end of the leg. That's only fair.
Oh no, I've got my prediction. I think it's someone who hasn't played yet.
135.
You go for Scott Baker.
I think Scott Baker.
Okay. So Scott Baker, Reece Robinson and Steve Haggerty will join us in Group C on Thursday and Friday.
60.
They will be playing alongside the bottom 3 players from this group. At this point in time, that's Heneghan, Wareing and John Michael.
43.
But that could change. When it comes to Thursday and Friday night, we've got Trina Gulliver, the 10-time Ladies World Champion, up against Jamie Kelling and
140.
Alan Norris, who got in touch with us yesterday, saying that he's moved back to Scotland. Obviously, it was too warm in England, Alan. And they will be joined by positions 2 and 3 from this table. Interesting times ahead.
Another interesting point here is
140.
any score other than 4-3 to Conor Heneghan, and Mike Warburton moves down to 3rd place in the table.
96.
This is a guy who came
Sebastian
into today a
requires
couple of points
62.
clear at the top. Could be going into the final round of fixtures in 3rd.
30. Conor, you require 142.
Not to mention the fact that he was 4 points ahead at one point. Everything seems to have gone wrong for Warby today. 75 left, so has to go back to the 17s now.
84.
With
Sebastian,
that,
you require
and with this
32.
group, I am not surprised at all. It will be none the wiser till the very end. 2 8s.
Game show on the first leg. Sebastian
Sebastian
Bialecki.
Bialecki keeps this little mini run going. Something we could sort of see
Second leg,
within
it's
the
Conor to throw
numbers
first.
of yesterday.
Game on.
93.24 across all his matches. You just feel like the results had to start coming for him at
81.
some point.
You know, there was something floating around on social media just over a year ago when he made the quarterfinals of the UK Open. Some people said he looked a little like Mr. Bean.
180.
Oh, look at this.
180.
That's how you respond to a 180. But wow, he's on it as well.
180.
And he could get one against the one person who's actually had one here. He might even lose the leg. He might have to hit the 1-4.
180. Sebastian, you require 141.
Unbelievable leg of darts.
97.
And
Conor, you
leaving
require
44
60.
after 9 might not be enough.
Game shot on the second leg.
Extraordinary.
Conor Heneghan.
The best leg I have seen all week, and maybe the best leg we've seen throughout the course
Third leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
of this
Game
whole
on.
series. Now, I know we had a 10-darter from Sebastian yesterday, but overall, that leg was brilliant.
I'm stunned.
43.
Back to back to back to back 180s in that one. An 11 darter to win it. And after going 180, 180, 97, you don't even get a shot.
135.
And meanwhile, that great leg of darts is going on, and I'm giggling about Mr. Bean because of your comments.
97.
It's very much a British joke, that one.
59.
And as a compliment, Rowan Atkinson is a total genius.
Yeah, he did do a interview or podcast where he spoke
59.
about when he went into a garage for his car and someone was saying, "Oh, you look like that Mr. Bean guy," and he's like, "I am him."
I've seen that. He actually did it in a Geordie accent as well, because he was born in Newcastle.
92.
Do you know what? You look a bit like that actor that plays Mr. Bean. You see, yeah. I bet you wish you were.
57.
That's what the person said to him. Oh, good
97.
switch there from Heneghan. If Sebastian had hit the 9-darter against him, we would have called Conor the 9-dart magnet.
58. Conor, you require
A bit like James Wade, he
118.
hits a fair few, but he gets a lot hit against him. This is a tricky shot,
Game shot on
but
the
not
third
too tricky
leg.
for Conor, who
Conor
all of a
Heneghan.
sudden is finding his feet. Averaged over 100 in his last game, and this one,
Fourth leg, it's Conor to
even
throw
better.
first. Game on.
So far, so good. All maximums coming in that wonderful
85.
second leg.
So far today, Conor Heneghan has hit 10 darts at a double. He
96.
has only thrown 14 at a double all day. 4 darts missed in the entire day so far. That is incredible.
97.
But has he had enough shots? Not quite. Because he's only got one win today.
Finishing stats like that, 10 from 14.
58.
He's 5th in the table. Just shows how competitive this group is.
A bit like what we said about Sebastian yesterday, averaging 93. 3 better than
100.
anybody else, and he was 5th. This round-robin format throws up some weird scenarios, which gives us plenty to talk about.
96.
I'm sure you'll be seeing the table very, very soon if Conor Heneghan wins this, because this is one of the tightest Group A's I have ever seen. Not in terms of the ability and trying to separate them, but the table
55.
doesn't really do a very good job at separating them, other than for Matt Dennant.
I've got this little mental projection right now of Matt Dennant in the practice room,
93.
putting all of
Conor,
his
you require
fingertips together like Mr.
164.
Burns, saying, "Excellent."
Or he's sticking pins in a Sebastian Bialecki voodoo doll. Because
92.
if
Sebastian, you
Conor
require
Heneghan is to win this, he'll be
158.
guaranteed to be 4 points clear after the 9th round of fixtures.
You were saying? You were saying?
Game
Oh,
shot on
it's
the
a
fourth
158.
leg. Sebastian Bialecki.
Just when you thought Heneghan was just about to go 3-1 up, this game has been
Fifth leg, it's Sebastian
sensational.
to throw first. Game on.
Maybe he went to the wrong shop for his voodoo doll.
55.
How many voodoo shops do you know in this country?
I was going to make a Portsmouth joke then, but I thought better of it.
57.
Yeah, you've still got to walk the streets the next few days. Beautiful action, as you can see. There's a rhythm about it that people can just dream of.
125.
If you want to learn a little bit more about good technique, you'd go far worse than copying what Sebastian does.
45.
Would you want to eliminate some of the things that Conor does?
Yeah, I'd be looking to
140.
reinstall that line of balance, not just at the point of release.
Look how violent that follow through is. Look at that wrist.
85.
Whereas this one, still got a bit of punch about it. But
93.
not as violent as Conor's.
One hundred and
That's one of the reasons why he
23.
can get that
Sebastian
third dart
Bialecki,
in.
88.
Real power.
I like that
48.
play from Sebastian. Didn't go over to the 18s, didn't entertain the opportunity there. Just wants to leave what he wants to leave and come back with 3 darts in his hand.
58. Sebastian
Put 3
Bialecki,
legs
40.
on the board.
Game shot on the 5th
Still
leg.
hasn't lost
Sebastian
today.
Bialecki.
Feeling rather invincible as Bolt. What he'd love to do
6th leg,
is
it's
get
Conor to
5
throw
wins today
first.
and bolt
Game
away
on.
from this place. Think about tomorrow and the possibilities that come with it.
140.
Now, he's got Matthew Dennant in the last game of his day. And that could be a battle between 2 undefeated players for the day.
140.
The only person who can stop that right now is Conor, who, like Warburton, has only got 2 points for the day for his efforts.
70.
And he'll be very disappointed with that after finding the treble 20 with the first dart. It's one of those shots where if you get like 70 and you get the treble with the last dart, you think, oh, and it's like a relief
134.
and a happiness. But when you start with the treble 20, you get the 2 5s, it almost feels like a completely wasted shot.
140.
Gonna have to switch now. And again.
93. Conor, you require
Thinking on his feet.
151.
Good stuff there. The 134,
83. Sebastian, you require 134.
in its nature, is very, very similar to a 158. Because you do need 2 trebles.
52. Conor, you
But
require
you could go
68.
for a treble and 2 doubles.
You mentioned Bialecki was thinking on his feet. Conor might be needing his feet for walking if he doesn't find this double 16.
Game
And that's
shot
a
on the
double-double
6th leg.
combination I don't
Conor
think any of us
Heneghan.
expected to see. He was lucky in a way that
7th and final
that
leg. It's
wide
Sebastian
dart
to throw
didn't
first.
go off the board.
Game on.
He managed to catch it just in time.
I've seen people hit double 16 and double 8 after.
59.
But I've never seen someone hit double 8 and double 16. That was a bit peculiar, but he could go his whole career
96.
without doing that again.
Oh yeah, it definitely wasn't the plan, but it was executed. And he is still in with opportunity. If he's going to win Group
135.
A, I feel he's got to win this. He can't afford to get cut adrift by 6 points.
And let me just clear something up before I get tweeted about it. Why would somebody hit double 16 and double 8?
40.
Well, if they've got 48 and they go for a 16, they hit the double, then they hit double 8. Case closed. But you should never have to go for the other way around.
81.
But he's shown that you possibly can. I wouldn't advocate it. Because like Matt mentioned, you could run the risk of missing the board. And that's not the name of the game.
134.
The 6 legs of darts and 9 darts apiece in this one. Hardly able to separate the two.
96.
This is where Conor Heneghan would love to find his 12th 180.
Got to go Bull.
51. Sebastian, you require
Didn't work out.
130.
But at least he got the thinking right.
50.
That hasn't worked out very well. Eno might even smell a possibility.
I can guarantee you he was thinking 140.
78. Sebastian,
big
you
last
require
start
80.
saves a possible opportunity, but he can do nothing about this opportunity for Sebastian.
40. Conor, you require 102.
These are the shots you need to break undefeated streaks. He's gone for the 14s, which
54.
I think was the right play.
Sebastian, you require 40.
But Bialecki gets another bite of the cherry. One left.
30.
And it's way wide.
Conor, you require 48.
Well, he's had double 8, double 16. Why not go the other way around this time?
Game, shot,
Well, he has
and the
ended
match.
that undefeated
Conor
streak
Heneghan.
for Sebastian Bialecki. And he will remain on 10 points. But now, Conor Heneghan has jumped a spot in the table to 4th and put himself on 10 points. That's a great result for Matthew Dennant at the top of the table. You can see it was a really good game. But look at the checkouts. What Matthew Edgar was saying earlier about his stats for the day on doubles. We'll talk more about that when he faces John Michael in game 15. But 4 out of 4. That's sensational. When we come back, Jack Wareing will have another crack for his first win up against Mike Warburton after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. What a game we've just enjoyed between Sebastian Bialecki and Conor Heneghan. It's Heneghan who has run out the 4-3 victor, condemning Sebastian Bialecki to a first defeat of the day. The average is 91 and 90 respectively, but for the most part of that game, it was much, much higher than that. A finish of 158 and 118 in that match as well. It was a high-quality affair. Well, we're going into our final round of fixtures for the day here at the Super Series. Let's have a quick check of proceedings in terms of the league table, because going into it, Matt Dennant knows that he is going to be the top player overnight, no matter what. 14 points to his name, 4 clear of the rest of the field below of that, we've got 4 players all tied on 10 points. So this round of fixtures is going to be pivotal, and it's going to see some real movement right at the end of moving day. Kicking things off then in that particular stakes, it's the battle between Jack Wareing and Mike Warburton. Jack looking to get his first win at the Super Series, has hit the post a couple of times here today. Can he get that win against Warburton? Let's find out then in the company of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
A first win for Jack Wareing would be bad news for Warby. It's now up to the people on 10 points to see how far behind Matthew Dennant they are going into the final day of Group A on Wednesday. If Dennant beats Bialecki next, he will start the day on 16 points, and he will guarantee a 4-point cushion. Because John Michael and Conor Heneghan, in the last game of the day, one of them is going to get to 12.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Can Jack upset the apple cart that belongs to Mike? Let's find out. I like that phrasing that Henry used about hitting the post, by the way, because that's how Jack will have felt when he played Bialecki in Game 6. He was in control of that match for a long time.
60.
He had opportunities to go 3-0 up, opportunities to go 3-1 up, and big opportunities. 3 darts in hand, 4 darts at a double. But there has been plenty of signs of promise from Jack, and if you remember yesterday, I said that I feel that Jack's going to produce his best stuff come Thursday, Friday. I don't think we see it in Group A. I think what we're going to do is see little snippets
100.
in Group A where he's sort of settling into it. This is something he's never done before. And if we look at where we're looking for other levels of improvement, we've got plenty. Yesterday, no 180s. Today he's hit 2 already.
121.
Yesterday he won 1 leg. Today he's won 6. Yesterday he had 9 darts at a double. Today he's had 23. So, sizable jumps there, and he's still got another day to go before
81.
Group C starts, which is his second opportunity to try and get through to Saturday.
Yeah, he's going to be up against a couple of players from this group again.
137.
And we'll have Reece Robinson, Scott Baker and Steve Haggerty for company come Thursday and Friday. First leg
Jack, you require
for Jack
65.
is imminent. If he can find 65. It was actually 66 that gave him his first leg of the day.
$45. Mike, you require 160.
He has completely outscored Mike Warburton in this opener, which means Warburton will need a very big outshot, which he's not able to get. So more opportunity presents itself
100.
Here for
Jack, you require 20.
Double 5.
Game shot.
Oh, that's a beautiful dart, isn't it? Right in the middle.
Wareing.
First leg in 17 darts, and that's the kind of level that if you can maintain that,
Second
it
leg,
will
it's Mike
cause
to throw
people
first.
problems.
Game on.
When you're at his level, 6 visits is where you
60.
really want to be. Every now and again, you're going to have that 5 or even 4 visit leg. But ultimately, what we've learned from him the last couple of days is that 6 visits is where
123.
he really should be.
He's teasing that 180 again, isn't he? He's already had 2 today. And he's put the first 2 in
60.
twice now. We mentioned earlier that the pace seems to have picked up for Jack, and that's within like sort of the arm speed, the zip that he's putting into the dart.
60.
There's another thing as well. Warburton yesterday at this point started to wane a little bit. I don't see that same thing happening here. But is he at the same level
95.
as he was in his previous match? He averaged 97 and lost. That's got to hurt a little bit.
He's teasing it. He's delivering it. His 3rd maximum of the day.
I'm not getting too carried away, but this is a much better performance.
100. Jack,
He's
you
got
require
Warburton.
138.
Exactly where he wants him.
$64.
Rescues that visit pretty well. That was a shocker until that last start.
Yeah, really good recovery. Gives himself the opportunity of a couple of singles to give himself a dart at the double. But it is going to be
130.
under pressure,
Jack
like everything he's had to do so
74.
far this week. But he's starting to respond to that pressure. It'll be a dart at tops if he gets the 20. And he misses the big 20. And this is where a player like
34.
Mike Warburton
require
will normally
56.
make you pay.
Double top then.
Game shot on the second leg. Mike
Here's the
Warburton.
piper for the mistake. It's not just at the elite level, at the very top
Third
in the
leg, it's Jack
PDC
to throw
system where
first.
people will
Game
punish
on.
you for such a miss. That happens here too.
He did very well to hit the 180. He was teasing that in. He hit the 180, left himself the 138.
81.
But then from 138, he had 6 darts, but none of those was at doubles. And that there was the problem. When you're trying to break the throw of someone like Mike Warburton, and you give them that hope, you give them that opportunity, they come back, they make you
140.
pay, and then they find their A game from that point, and you think, why didn't I just take that opportunity when it was there?
Let's face it, Mike was on 10 points after 16 games in this group.
40.
He won the first game of the day against Conor Heneghan. Averaged over 94, and we all thought, Mike's going to be really hard to stop. But he's lost 3 straight games since then.
100.
Since Matthew Dennant beat Jack Wareing in Game 3 today, things really have turned upside down. I think this is a must-win game for Mike.
135.
And a lot of people will scoff and say, well, of course he's going to win it. There are no guarantees that he will.
Use one of my favourite expressions yesterday. It's a game of sport. It's a game of moment, not top trumps. Not a case of what you've done before. Okay, you've won that because you've averaged more all week. You've got to do it
100.
here
Mike
and now.
require 121.
Jack is still waiting for his first ton plus checkout of
57.
the week.
Jack require
like it to be this one.
145.
Yes, he would. This number changed the life of Michael van Gerwen back in 2012. But it's not going to be taken by Jack. There's a lot of 5s
67.
at times today,
Mike
but that's the
requires
second time in this
64.
game where he's had 2 single 5s and rescued it with a big treble after. Double top.
44. Jack
Another
requires
chance.
78.
When he had 74 in a previous leg, he missed a single to deny himself a shot at double. Doesn't miss the single this time,
48.
but does miss the double.
Mike required 20.
Dickie Bird says, wide.
Game shot on
Yeah,
the
and
third
punished
leg.
again. For
Mike
me, needed to
Warburton.
move there. He blocked up that bed, and it was like he went for an air shot. He just tried to float it over the top. But
Fourth leg, it's
often when
Mike to
you've
throw
got
first.
a bit of lift in the
Game
throw,
on.
you tend to find it goes left. And he just tried to loop that one and ended up in the wrong bed.
$60.
There's one person on that stage who's really happy he hit double 5 instead of double top. That's the man with the dragon on the back of his shirt.
I think it's fair to say, though, that we could
54.
describe Jack Wareing today as competitive. He's been in these games. He's had opportunities, carved out chances. He's just not converted them at this point.
We feared for him when he lost 4-0 in his first game today. But since then, he's turned
45.
things around. Lost 4-3. Lost 4-1. Lost 4-2. But coming into Wednesday, I am positive he will feel a lot better
60.
than he did this morning.
And at the end of Wednesday, we scrub it all, put everyone back to 0, separate them off into groups C and into B,
140.
and he gets to start a fresh tournament.
100.
That's where the urgency button comes in as well. No more second chances. That's what we should have Thursday and Friday as. No more second chances.
41.
Remember that one, Henry? We'll have to talk about that on Thursday and Friday. You
100.
know, yesterday I said he was using odd flights. Completely wrong. It's just a visual illusion of the flights that he actually does use. Almost the same as Mike's,
85.
really. Because they're white on one side and they have logos on the other. You use translucent flights, don't you, Matt?
I did for a bit, but
45.
at the moment
Mike
I'm using
require
a set of
130.
TV flights.
Just over the top.
58.
He's
Jack
getting chances,
require
but
142.
chances like 145. 142. Stay there.
90.
Was that too
Mike
much in the
requires
corner
72.
for it to be kind?
This is a big moment. All the big moments so far have
Game
gone
shot on the
against
fourth
Jack
leg.
Wareing,
My
and that one
Warburton.
just goes in the same basket.
Fifth leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Has his chance come and gone? Because Warburton has been sublime on the doubles. It can't be ignored.
58.
He's 3 hits from 4 attempts. They've had the same amount of chances. And it's very apt because if Jack takes a couple of chances, Mike's in the same position that Jack is now.
100.
And that number doesn't include the 74 where Jack Wareing missed the big 20 as well for the 74.
Absolutely right. And you've got some killer stats when it comes to Conor
23.
Heneghan after this. For game 15. His doubles today have been otherworldly.
I think they're stats that John Michael doesn't want to be hearing.
140.
Do you want to hear a bit of a dad joke?
140.
I've been hearing them all week anyway from the spotter, so you might as well join in.
Do you know what Mike Warburton's favourite fast food outlet is? Well, the Arby's.
60.
Take the W away. What have you got? Arby. It's an American burger chain, by the way.
What we need is,
84.
like the average stats pop up, we need a tumbleweed button. And I can just press it, just come along the bottom of the screen.
That's perfect for when I'm around. I'll have to brand it as well.
60.
I don't think we could sell them. They're perishable. That's a
41.
bad
Mike
last
require
start.
141.
Maybe should have switched downstairs. And in every likelihood, Mike Warburton's got 6 from here.
$55.
He's
Jack
played
require
much better in this final game of the
155.
day today than he did yesterday. That's a massive positive for him. Just to refresh your memory,
45.
when he played Conor
Mike
Heneghan
require
in
86.
game 15 yesterday, he averaged 76. He's 10 better than that in this game. And he could well finish it off right here. If he hits the bullseye.
Game.
Well done,
shot,
Mike. That's a
and
great
the
shot.
match My Warburton.
And he finishes the day on 12 points and a leg difference of +8. But now he may need a bit of a favour from Sebastian Bialecki just to keep Dennant within arm's length. He takes his bag, he takes his win, and 80% on the doubles he takes as well. We will take a short break now, and Matthew Dennant against Bialecki is next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Mike Warburton keeps chase on Matt Dennant at the top of the league table by getting the better of Jack Wareing by 4 legs to 1 in our third to last game of the day, doing so with an average of 85 and 4 out of 5 when it comes to the outer ring. Right, so just 2 more games to go for us here on Tuesday here at the MODUS Super Series. First of those involves Matt Dennant. He's the man at the top of the table on 14 points. He can guarantee himself going 4 points clear at the top of the table overnight if he can get victory here against Sebastian Bialecki. A win for Bialecki, it will make things very interesting going into tomorrow, that is for sure. Well, let's hand over to the commentary box and hear the thoughts, the opinions, the insight and the analysis of Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
You're giving us a lot to do there, Henry, but we all have it under control. Big game for Matthew Edgar. Watching this one, big game for Matthew Dennant, big game for Bialecki, and big game for all of us. Because if you are keeping tabs on the points here, if you want a really exciting Wednesday, you really want Bialecki to win this one, right?
Well, if he does, he'll move up to 12 points, and then Conor Heneghan plays John Michael, who are both on 10. So one of them will move to 12 points as well. So we could end up in a situation here with 3 players on 12 points, 1 player
First
on 14.
leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
And another player on 10 who at the start of the day you said you want to go into Wednesday, ideally no more than 4 points behind. That will be pretty much guaranteed. But Matt Dennant, I was watching the practice starts as well, was filling up that treble 20. He nearly opened with the first 3 darts of the actual match with a 180 as well.
81.
I do get the feeling that this game is going to be a little bit different to yesterday's fixture because they're playing each other at 1:30 local time in the afternoon.
95.
Yesterday it was closer to 10 a.m. That was the game where Dennant missed a lot of doubles. He was only 16% on the outer ring.
60.
But then if you look at what he did at the end of the schedule, in game 13, he averaged almost 97 with 50%. He figured it out throughout the course of the day. And he hasn't lost today.
140.
But he's up against the second best player of the day, who lost his first game against Hino in game 12. I wonder if that had some sort of
58.
effect coming into this penultimate match of the schedule.
$59. Matt, you require 134.
Rather buoyant start, isn't it? That must have been 2 treble 19s for double 10.
I've seen a new route that people are employing quite a
98.
bit at the moment.
Sebastian, you
especially
require
people like Matt Dennant who love the
161.
double 16, which is the 2 treble 17s.
That's the route I like.
137. Matt, you require
Usable
36.
if you like double 16, like you mentioned.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's pretty good.
Matt Dennant.
Perfect start. Bialecki was on his tail, shuts him out. And he retains the
Second
advantage
leg,
of
it's
throw
Sebastian
in
to
this
throw
one.
first. Game on.
What have you made of Bialecki's day?
50.
Been a somewhat strange day, really. He hasn't played as well as yesterday, but has got more points.
Functional. I think that's the way of
60.
putting this one. Yesterday was very impressive in terms of those averages, but I do think they probably heightened a little bit by fixture
99.
number 4 when he got the first 100 average of the week, the 100.20, the 15 dart leg.
60.
We've seen another 100 average so far as well. That one came today, so we've had one every day so far.
35.
That one was Conor Heneghan. He did that in fixture number 3.
I've had a couple of
100.
text messages, actually, throughout the course of the day from a couple of people. One of them shall remain nameless. And they said that this shirt looks like a
81.
strawberry split ice cream. I can see that. But the other one came from Steve West, good friend of mine. Hope you're well, Steve.
58.
And he said that this shirt looks remarkably similar to an old Phil Taylor shirt that he used to wear at the tavern. I completely agree.
121.
He used to wear some rascal shirts at the tavern, didn't he? And some terrible sequin numbers at the Grand Prix.
81. Sebastian, you require 115.
But then again, I think every player wore some rascal shirts back in those days. Dennis Priestley
Game shot on the
had a
second
black
leg.
and red
Sebastian
leather
Bialecki.
jacket. Sebastian Bialecki's got the second leg.
Third leg, it's
A
Matt
little
to
bit of
throw
synchronised water drinking. We
Game
love that
on.
here. And then on to leg number 3.
So, thinking of
first.
attire,
100.
what would you say is your favourite, and what would you say is the worst shirt you have seen?
My favourite right now is Ross Smith.
100.
The one I saw him wearing at the weekend is one of the best I've seen in years. Worst one's probably one that I wore against Steve Beaton at the
40.
Grand Slam. It was tartan. It was dreadful. Although, do you know what? I think I can think of a worse one for a different reason.
140.
Kirk Shepherd's World Championship final shirt, because it wasn't ironed. I mean, come on.
I love the way you noticed that as well.
45.
I actually shared a room once with Kirk's, and some people said, "Oh, you're going to be up all night. He'll just talk to you all night." He was as good as
91.
gold. He was in bed before me. He was soundly asleep, didn't snore. Great roommate.
85. Sebastian, you require 170.
Another one of those would be handy.
84.
Oh, Dennant in danger of losing his throw here. He's come off the boil a little bit.
99. Sebastian, you
Is he
require
doing what
86.
Warburton did yesterday, where they feel like the main bulk of the work has been done already, and then just take the foot off a little bit going into the final fixture.
29. Matt, you require
If there's one
132.
fixture you don't want to take your foot off the pedal, it's the last one. Is he going to stay? Did he have enough room?
94.
Does have
Sebastian, you
quite a
require
thick
57.
barrel. And the dart was quite flat there, so there wasn't a lot
Game
of room
shot
in
the
there, but
third
there's plenty of room
Sebastian
in the tops.
Bialecki.
And Sebastian Bialecki has got the break of throw.
This is good news.
Fourth leg, it's Sebastian to throw first.
Four
Game on.
players in the group so far. Not for Dennant.
60. $58.
You just wonder what he's thinking right now because he's not playing at the level that we've seen all day. It's fair to see the average after 3 legs
42.
to see what kind of standard we've seen. And this is well under what we've seen from Dennant so far today.
134.
Yeah, he came into this off the back of a 93 average in his last game. But even if it is defeat here for Dennant, and there's a long way to go in this
96.
game yet, he would still be leaving here top of the table. And he would be leaving with a 2-point cushion
139.
going into tomorrow's round of fixtures.
Does it make a difference that he's had to wait 3 games for this match?
57. Matt,
yesterday,
you
when
require
he finished, He
170.
played twice in 3 matches.
Oh, definitely. You don't want to be
39.
spending too long in the practice room because then you're sitting down a little bit, standing up, but you're up and down all the time. When your fixtures are close together, you just
45. Matt, you
stay
require
casually
131.
throwing. You just stay in tick over mode.
59.
Again, that was quite unusual on 131 going 19s first.
$97. Matt, you require 72.
Just remember that Bialecki took out 115 earlier, so don't give him a shot.
Game
Well
shot
done,
on the
Matt.
fourth leg.
2-2.
Matt Dennant.
And the closer this is, the better it is for Dennant. His leg difference currently stands at plus 15. His closest challenger is Warburton on plus 8. So the
Fifth
closer
leg,
it
it's
is,
Matt to throw first. Game on.
regardless of whether he wins or loses, it means that the leg difference is going to be firmly in his favour.
180.
Did just say a moment ago there is plenty of time left in this game. Matt Dennant, from
60.
being someone who is looking at the possibility of losing this one, has just gone back to being firm favourite.
140.
Somebody's walking him up. You're curious, these guys are probably up at 6:30 in the morning getting ready for this.
140.
Showered and changed and in the venue by around 7:45 in the morning.
140.
You might think that playing 5 games of darts is easy. It isn't. It's the preparation before,
99. Matt, you require
preparation
41.
in between games, and the execution within games.
25.
You can't get bitten this time, but you just want to get rid of things like that, don't you? You don't want to have to come back.
It's a statement shot, isn't it? If you can go out in
57.
under
Matt, you
12
require
darts,
16.
which if you open 180, 140, 140, you'd have been hoping to do so.
Game shot on the
Finds
fifth
it with
leg.
the last one. He
Matt
built a bit of a
Dennant.
wall there of dart, a bit of tungsten, just able to come across and open it up and use it.
Sixth leg, it's
with the old
Sebastian to throw
basketball
first.
analogy.
Game on.
Such a beautiful camera angle as well, just to see how much he could see. And just how possible it was for him to
137.
bounce it in off the right side of those barrels. He did a perfect job of it.
96.
Matt Dennant, one of 2 players so far not to register a finish over 100.
96.
But is a leg away from ending the day, top of the table, by at least 4 points.
62.
And that would probably mean that 3 wins tomorrow would be fine.
101.
Well, if he wins this and then wins 3 tomorrow, that'll put him to 22. Mike Warburton can only hit 22 by winning all of
60.
his matches.
Sebastian, you
It'll
require
very much depend on leg difference,
167.
but like we've already talked about, his leg difference is far superior.
60.
I like 19s for this shot. I'll tell you why. Because you get 7 19s. Forget about what I said.
180. Sebastian, you require 107.
His 12th 180 of the week. Timed to perfection.
51.
Gives him the
Matt, you
opportunity of
require
the 103
103.
to end a successful day. Top of the table
83.
with 4 points.
Sebastian, you require 56.
He's had his chance. Will he get another?
36.
Yes, he will. That's bad news for Bolt.
Matt, you require 20.
But it could be brilliant for Matt.
No score.
You just
Sebastian,
don't
you
know how much
require
that could hurt
20.
him. These are big misses. Double 5.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Third
Sebastian
dart
Bialecki.
hit. That will feel a bit salty for Dennant. But look on the bright side. He now has the darts. But how does he
7th and
feel
final leg. It's
after
Matt to
missing
throw
Matt's
first.
darts?
Game on.
You could see how determined he was to hit that double 10 with that last dart. 3 well thrown darts, but without execution.
97.
We've seen Bialecki in this position many times already this week, and this is when he produces.
Yeah, 1-4-3 against John
99.
Michael earlier. 1-4-3 against Jack Wareing. Lost 4-3 against Heneghan.
95.
But he has more exposure to 4-3s than anybody. And that should help him, really.
Just likes to get his money's worth, doesn't he? He's like, I'm booked for a potential 7 legs.
95.
I'm going to give you all 7.
That'll be a 19 start this time.
99.
That's really good.
$59.
Still has the advantage. Half a dart is the lead. And it's being stretched.
174.
And the best way possible as well. What did we see earlier from Bialecki against Jack Wareing? A 13 darter to finish off
60.
a 7-leg match.
Matt, you require 36.
It's not 13. And it's not 14 or 15 either.
No score.
What it is, though, is more missed starts at the match here for Matt Dennant. And the more you miss, the harder it becomes. The more you start to think that the opportunity is passing you by, the
100.
more
Matt, you
desperate
require
you begin to feel.
36.
Can he breathe yet?
Game.
Yes,
shots,
he can
and the
breathe
match.
because it's
Matt
an undefeated
Dennant.
day for Matthew Dennant. He makes his move, and he's now got a 4-point guaranteed gap at the top of the table. It was workmanlike from Matthew Dennant. His doubles weren't as good as they were earlier in the day, but Bialecki put up a terrific fight. He will finish the day on 10 points and a leg difference of +3, but 16 and +16 for Dennant. He's going to be very tough to catch on Wednesday. When we come back, it's the final game of Tuesday between Conor Heneghan and John Michael.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where, as you can see, the man who's marked his card for the day, Matt Dennant, joins me up here on the balcony to assess his day so far. 5 out of 5. Happy with how you played?
Happy to get the wins. Felt a bit scrappy in some places. Need to tidy up some situational play and some finishes here and there, but 5 out of 5 can't. That's all you ask for when you come in the morning, isn't it? So I'm happy with that.
On top of that 3-win spin on the back of yesterday's, what did you kind of say to yourself after that second defeat yesterday?
Nothing really. Just keep going. I know what I can do, and as long as I make them play well to beat me, that's kind of the mindset I go with onto the board with. Not big-headed in the sense that I'm going to smash everybody, but as long as I make them play well, then that's all I can ask for.
I suppose you're an experienced campaigner when it comes to this format, so you know the intricacies of it. Did that come to help today? Because you would have known that around you things were going to be tight, and you kind of had that opportunity at one point today to take advantage, and you did that.
To be fair, I don't spend too much time thinking about what the table looks like and what the situation is. It's just one game at a time, and just aim to win the game that's in front of you and just go from there.
So it kind of makes the next question I'm going to ask quite simple, is what's the preparations tonight going into tomorrow? Just be the same as before, see how it goes?
Yeah, just exactly the same. We'll turn up tomorrow and we'll just play one game at a time, and wherever we end up, we end up.
And how important is this week for you in terms of beginning 2023 and kick-starting 2023 in a good vein of form?
Yeah, it's a great opportunity to carry on with the development through the year. Had a disappointing Q school in the sense that I didn't win a tour card. Followed it up with Challenge Tour the weekend after, and didn't do too great there either. So it's a massive opportunity to just kick-start the rest of the year.
Well, Matt, thank you very much for coming up. Well done on your performance today. Played some very, very good stuff. Well, one final game for us today. That's going to see John Michael in action against Conor Heneghan. And to get tucked into that one, here's Sebastian Bialecki and Paul Nicholson.
Thanks, Henry. Great to hear from Matt there. Typically humble, I think is the right word. Doesn't think too much of himself, but really does put up such a great fight when he's backed against the wall. And let's face it, after 2 matches he was, but since then he's not lost. 8 consecutive wins now for Matthew Dennant. And if he can pick up another 5 tomorrow, that's going to be job done, isn't it? But we can reduce that really, because if he wins 3 tomorrow, we think he's going to be safe.
22 points was the predicted cut-off from ourselves at the start of proceedings. So 3 wins, 6 points, puts him to 22. Mike Warburton is on 12. The winner of this game will go to 12.
First leg, it's Conor to throw first. Game on.
And that would mean that they're the only players that could catch him in that situation. They'd have to win all 5 matches.
Correct. On top of that, we have now got a real scrap going on.
140.
Not just for the top spot, but for who's going to qualify for Group B. Spots 2 and 3 go to Group B, and the bottom 3 go to Group C. It's very well documented and spoken about by our commentary colleagues and ourselves.
96.
That getting through Group B is just a little bit easier because there are 3 spots available in that group, not just 2.
140.
So if you're someone like Conor Heneghan, who's currently in 3rd, the last thing you want to do is drop into the bottom 3 where John Michael currently
57.
resides. But they'll all still think they can win the group.
45.
Even though I think you're going to be right, you know. You tipped Matt Dennant to win it, and I think he will.
Oh, change your mind.
100.
I suppose you've got to at the minute, though, going into the last day. 4 points clear and 8 legs clear of his nearest rival.
60. Conor, you require 108.
Those legs will act almost like a bonus point, won't they?
Yeah, it feels like he's 6 points ahead instead of 4.
39. John, you require 116.
Good lie for a 60 shot. Just like that.
Game
And
shot
a beautiful
the first
116 out from John Michael. He's shown some really good doubling today. He's had an 80 with 2 double tops.
Second leg, it's John to throw first.
He's had
Game
that
on.
116. And he's stolen a few other legs away as well. He had his best performance of the week so far against Conor yesterday, averaging almost 100. Is he going to do the same again?
Well, that 116 from John Michael is his 7th ton plus checkout so far. These are the two players that are the most likely to provide us with 100 plus checkouts. 7 now for John Michael, 5 for Conor Heneghan. And we're not just talking the littler ones. John Michael's got a 144, a 140. Conor Heneghan a 164. Some sizable finishes in there from this pair. 12 between them.
60.
What do you make of Conor Heneghan's week so far?
60.
We are talking about a player who has had a fair bit of success in 2022. He made a couple of finals.
43.
In weeks last summer. And he's had his moments as well. We've talked about the 9 data. We've talked about the venue average record. But when it comes to that marquee win, it hasn't happened yet.
In terms of what do I think of Conor Heneghan's week, I think it's been
81. Conor, you
require
144.
If he wins this, he'll be 3rd in the table with a little bit of a cushion. That's where I expected him to be. I think the bookies installing him as favourite.
John, you require 78
of unnecessary pressure.
Single 20.
58. Conor, you
That's
require
where he just wants
44.
that single a little higher. Well, I don't think that was on purpose because
36.
Nobody wants to go for double 13 unless they've only got one dart in their hand.
20.
Double 5. Friend of 4.
10.
4.
Conor, you require 8.
Bent the wire with that first one. You saw it move in. Conor moves in, looking for the double 2.
Game shot on the second leg.
Squeezes it
Conor
right
Heneghan.
into the corner. It doesn't matter if it goes in the corner or the middle. It's a goal.
Third leg, it's Conor to throw first.
It's a
Game
leg.
on.
It's level.
$140.
We talked a little bit about famous Greeks earlier.
140.
Who's your favourite famous Irish person?
Conor McGregor.
I'm amazed you didn't say Sheamus.
91.
The wrestler. I'm going to go a little bit left field here.
100.
Andrew Strong. He's the lead singer of The Commitments. What a voice. I've met some pretty influential
100.
Irish people in my life. I met Dervla Kerwin once. Actress. She was in Ballykiss Angel. Shea Given. Goalkeeper at Newcastle
100.
United.
Conor, you require
They
170.
both came into the bank branch I used to work in. Still haven't met an Irish person I didn't like.
58. John, you require 161.
John Michael might
65.
disagree with you if Conor Heneghan
Conor, you
takes out
require
this 112.
112.
I agree. You can dislike someone for a matter of seconds because they could potentially beat you. It's not going to happen.
56. John, you require
Earlier
96.
in the day, he did try to use a double-double tactic on this by going tops first. Why, oh why?
56.
Or why?
Conor, you require 56.
Didn't he do it there?
Clearly just playing on feel and how he feels in that moment. He might not feel very happy about this moment if this double 10 goes
36. John, you require 40.
in. To keep the trend going, the breaks have
Game
thrown.
shot on the third leg.
Who will hold
John
their
Michael.
throw first? It's John Michael. He's going to get a couple of legs advantage.
Fourth
never
leg,
know.
it's John to throw first.
Someone might not.
Game on.
It's a country that we haven't really been to in PDC darts.
140.
But they do have opens in Greece and Cyprus. I know that's been part of, I think it's the BDO or WDF circuit over the last few years.
49.
I think the furthest south the PDC circuit has been Gibraltar.
100.
But in that side of Europe where John is from, I think it's Hungary.
100.
Maybe a bit of an untapped resource when it comes to that part of the world. But the European tour, which there will be plenty of over the next few months,
46.
predominantly goes to Germany, Austria, and the surrounding countries. I think a lot of people are waiting
55.
for the climate to change. It's a bit murky, a bit grey, and a bit drizzly today on the south coast of England. Fair to say, I think the weather in
97.
Greece is just a little bit better than this. But it's good darts weather. Because when it's cold outside, you come inside and try and do something under these
85.
lights.
85. John, you
This'll make you
require
feel better.
118.
Looking for his 8th ton plus checkout, and
86.
trying to work out what he's worked out.
He's trying some creative routes.
Because even if he hit the ball, was he going to go 18 ball?
100.
We'll never
John, you
know.
require 32.
What we do know is that he could be 3-1 up.
No score.
He's not.
Conor, you require 112.
The counting was something we questioned yesterday of John Michael.
How was that gone in? Please tell me. Answers on a postcard.
80. John, you require 32.
Dumbfounded by that second dart.
Game shot on the
But it
fourth
didn't work.
leg.
It's a
John
3-1 lead
Michael.
for the Greek. And he could well be the second person to make it to 12 points alongside Mike
Fifth leg, it's
Warburton, who
Conor to
sits
throw
in
first.
second
Game
spot
on.
currently.
Yeah, it was a bonkers end to the leg, that one. From the 118 attempt from John Michael. And then that treble 20 of Conor Heneghan.
38.
He is not happy with those ones, just losing the lie. Finding the treble 5 and the treble 1, offering opportunity and hope to John Michael.
100.
Opportunity and hope that he will come off the bottom half of the table and end the day in third place.
57. 140.
A fifth 140 for John Michael, timed to perfection. Conor Heneghan has not been able to hold his throw at any point yet in this game.
140.
Keyword yet.
60. 58.
140 brought him back into hope, but he has thrown 3 darts more than John Michael, so John Michael has essentially broken the throw in the scoring phase of this leg.
60.
But that is a nice start from Conor Heneghan. Sat perfectly in the board.
125. John, you
another one
require
in.
141.
Finds it with a last start. John Michael will be looking to set up with a last.
86. Conor, you require 83.
Hold his throw for the first time in this game. For the ball.
58.
The
John,
finishing
you
stats
require
of Conor Heneghan that
55.
was so good coming into this game might have just let him down at the very last moment of the day.
Game, shots, and the
it is
match.
day
John
and
Michael.
game over for Conor Heneghan. John Michael wraps that one up with a 4-1 success. Conor Heneghan, going into that game, had only thrown 15 darts at a double for the entire day and converted 11. In that one, it let him down. Just one conversion out of 7 attempts, and that is why John Michael has moved up to 3rd place in the table, joining Mike Warburton, both players on 12. It's a 4-1 victory for John Michael.
Yes, thank you very much, Matt. Paul Nicholson with me up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen on day 2. And there's only really one place to start. That's Matt Dennant going through the card. And that's now 8 wins on the spin for the Scholar.
Yeah, that's going to be a real confidence boost for Matt. I'm really pleased for him, but I think the way he was able to respond after the 2 defeats just goes to show what he's all about. He talked to you about how Q School didn't go well for him and how the Challenge Tour didn't go well for him, but the ability to have that resolute nature really has stood him in good stead this week.
And I mentioned in that interview as well how much this is an opportunity for him after what's happened over the first couple of months. This is, first a place, yes, of course you want to be successful, but it's also a place where you can find a bit of form if you're trying to find and discover that. Yeah,
I think some people will tinker with their equipment, they'll tinker with anything, but Matt knows that he's got the right equipment in his hands. He's just trying to find those little bits of comfort with his game. And with that brilliant action, I'm not surprised to see him do it. He's got such a mature head and a great darts brain. I'm really pleased for him because we think he's only going to need 3 wins tomorrow, but they're not going to come easy.
It's a bit worrying if he's not playing at his best, as he admitted.
He isn't playing at his best. That's the funny thing. Yesterday we saw signs of it towards that 97 average range, but there's still more to give. I've seen him average 115 before. So if he can get closer to that, no chance for anybody else.
Let's have a look then at the table following 2 days' play in Group A. As you can see, Matt Dennant opening up a 4-point buffer to Mike Warburton, who will feel after day 1 has missed a huge opportunity.
I'm afraid so. Mike will probably for the rest of the day feel quite sour about how things have gone on day 2. But he's still got a chance. You do get the feeling that the first 2 rounds are going to have to go his way, otherwise it could be done and dusted.
What do you think has changed with Mike from day 1 to day 2?
I don't think rounds 2 and 3 were very kind to him today. He started with a good win in round 1. I actually think his engine was better today. He had a better performance towards the end. But these games are so hard to win. Fine margins against people who are doing the same kind of things as you just didn't go his way today.
And out of that chasing pack, who do you think is the most likely to cause Matt Dennant problems tomorrow?
That's a really interesting one. I think if John Michael was to get an explosive start, you can see from some of his games today, he's trying to be a bit more creative, trying to make something happen. I like that. And if they do happen, he could be the one that springs the surprise.
Set up nicely, isn't it?
It is. I do expect Matt Dennant to win the group, but I wouldn't be surprised if it goes really tight and into the last round.
We cannot wait for tomorrow already. We'll be back 9:30 a.m. here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, which you are tuning into us from there. Don't forget to give us a subscribe because there's plenty of content available there, including an in-depth chat and interview with Glenn Dunn when he spoke to our very own Chris Murphy on Saturday evening. So plenty of content there. But me and Paul, we're going to head off now. We're going to be back tomorrow morning, 9:30 a.m., where it is the Scholar who is top of the class.